Nut Lab, where Kit Baltan did his music experiments with Philips. This is Dutch Modular Fest 2020, and we start off the day with Dirge. applause. Thank you, Dirge. Dirge is originally from Turkey, but has been living in the Netherlands for quite a while now. And I think you came to modulation quite often at some point. And then at some point I said, you should come and play. And now she's here at Dutch Modular Fest. Thank you very much for being here. Beautiful set. Okay, good. I think it's time to go over to our cozy little corner over here, where we have our first manufacturer for today, Majella Audio, from Utrecht, the Netherlands. I think your name comes from the part of Utrecht that you are working in, right? Living in?
Yeah. There's well, it's not where we work, but there's a park in Utrecht. It's called Majella Park.
Yeah.
And I was on the phone with my partner Jasper, and yeah, we said, "Is Majella? Isn't that a good name for a company?" So that's
and why not?
Yeah. So that's how it.
All right, and I know you because you have worked at Tasty Chips before, and you now started your own company. You did a couple of modules. You were at Dutch Modular Fest in Den Haag last year, and now I would say you have something spectacular for us here. The Implexus, right before our eyes over here. Do we have a shot of that thing? Can we get close in there? I think our man Bart is on his way to make a overhead shot of the Implexus thing before we. Is it possible, Bart? Okay, before we go on, a couple of disclaimers here. We are doing our best, but of course we are not professionals. And we'll be doing our best to make this a great experience for you all, but here and there will be a little glitch. Of course, because we are not the TV professionals that you see doing this the right way, but we try. So we're working on a camera shot for the Implexus over here. Maybe we can start by telling us how you got started on this instrument.
Yeah, so we were making some modules, but it was always our vision to create full, complete musical instruments. So Herren is a friend of ours. He's a musician of the band Pocket Knife Army, and we talk a lot about gear. And he visited sometime, and then we said we were working on a desktop synthesizer. So he asked about our ideas, and we got talking, and then he just pitched the idea of Implexus on the spot. And yeah.
Was it, Erwin, was it your idea to have a synth with a complex oscillator in it?
Yeah, I was kind of discovering that whole world of intermodulating oscillators and wave folding, and most of that stuff kind of has to happen within modular, because that's the
doesn't really exist outside modular.
No, not really, and it's in modular it's quite readily available actually. So, but I also play live quite a lot, and
I know I've seen you a couple of times.
Yeah, I saw you last time. Yeah, and one of the big disadvantages of modular is that it's sometimes a bit small, and you have the hassle of patching.
Not necessarily designed to put your fingers in and perform.
And especially for the music.
Cables get in the way now and then.
Yeah, and especially the music we make, we have quite some drastic changes, which is always a bit more difficult in modular than gradual changes.
Right.
And I have quite a love for complete instruments.
Understood.
Yeah, so we thought, why not make a monosynth where those aspects of that West Coast idea are totally at the forefront. So this synth is kind of made around a complex oscillator, which is one oscillator with a harmonic section, which is kind of a wave shaper, and a wave folder, which can be modulated by a second, more basic oscillator with quite a lot of pre-routings available. So that's the idea.
So what we have here is we have a complex oscillator, and of course it's modulating oscillator, and we have
Yeah.
I see a filter, and
Yeah.
overall it has the normal complement of things you'd find in a synthesizer, like 2 envelope generators, 2 LFOs, if I see correctly.
Yeah.
So can
Correct.
you basically talk us through the basics?
I think the heart of the thing is this complex oscillator, which we call a complex generator on this thing. The idea is that I'll put it into drone mode. Can we hear it? Yeah, we can hear it already. There's this harmonic section which adds odd or even harmonics. And the wave folder kind of saturates those harmonics. And the fun part is that there are all kinds of configurations available on other synths, but we chose to have the harmonic section before the folder, so you can kind of saturate those waveforms before hitting the folding part.
Right. Yeah. So in other circuits, it might be after the
or some kind of crossfade incorporation, but this is more cascaded in that way.
Understood.
Yeah, and the fun part is where you introduce the second one to modulate the first one. So, tiny example, I can get a arpeggiator going here. I'll put on the headphones. Right, so
I love the dynamics in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you got this going, the interval between those oscillators makes a lot of difference. So. And it's possible to modulate the folding amount, but also the bias amount of the thing. So there's this kind of a DC offset on the wavefolder, so that it clips differently at the top end of the waveform, and as it does on the bottom. So that's kind of what's going on here.
All right.
Yeah. I think we have the arpeggiator on the Waldorf is a bit sometimes it hangs a note there. So
but that's the Waldorf keyboard
yeah,
thing you have here,
as
not
far
the
as we
Plexus,
as far as we are there's something going on here which doesn't go well there. So
Okay.
not yet found that one out. So this makes for all kinds of very rich waveforms which are then filtered down again.
Okay. And what kind of filter do we have in there?
Koen, you can go into the technicalities of that?
Yeah, it's a 12 dB per octave VCF. It has resonance, it has an input mixer which can slightly overdrive.
Right.
It's based on our earlier module, the VCF1 of Majella, and but this is adjusted to sound perfectly with the rest of the implexes.
Yeah, and it has a high pass filter as well, so you
Yeah.
can also make things.
Extra flexibility.
Yeah.
Let's talk inputs and outputs. I mean, this being not a modular instrument, but we do have some interfacing to the modular world as far as I can see.
Exactly. There's all kinds of ins and outs.
Maybe you can lift it up a little bit for the camera at your
Yeah,
back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Oh!
Oh.
Accidents will happen.
Cables and water. Not
Do we have a doekje?
All right, so as long as it's not going into the
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's water.
It's water.
It's waterproof. Have we mentioned?
So waterproof. We know that now.
No, it's not.
No.
I don't want to sell it like that.
Don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home. Exactly. Okay.
I'll put it here for a while. Regarding Eurorack, it's got some Eurorack compatible ins and outs. Koen?
Yeah, so there's a few outputs. There's 2 oscillator outputs, and there is a clock output because it has a lot of clock sync options like tap tempo, MIDI clock, So you can also synchronize external gear with the internal clock of the Implexus.
Which you can also use for the LFOs, I assume.
Yeah,
Exactly,
yeah,
yeah.
and for the delay.
Oh, okay, already.
Um,
Also, there's a delay in there as well.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a delay in there.
Cool.
And that's syncable as well. So
Sweet. Yeah.
There's also inputs. There's of course CV input for the folder, for the shaping section, and for the VCF. But also really nice is the input for 1 volt per octave and gate input and that kind of stuff. There's also a clock input, so you can also synchronize the Implexus to your Eurorack.
And a MIDI input and an output?
Through. MIDI
Through,
through.
excellent.
There's MIDI in and there's MIDI
another
in.
thing that I really, really like is that it takes an IEC plug and there's no wall warts or whatever involved.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
yeah,
Did that give you any trouble with the power supply being inside the unit?
Well, the power supply is specially designed for it, so that doesn't really give trouble.
Awesome.
There's an extra part of complexity in there because you have to test everything, and
course,
it has to be
CE approved, everything. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's but for because we talked a lot with Herren about the design, and he said like, when I'm going on stage, I don't want to. Don't want to
Not
hassle with the
another wall wart,
adapters. If you
please.
lose one
Yeah,
or it
yeah.
breaks down, on, so this is the best.
Very good, very
Yeah.
good. So, questions remaining are, when can we buy one? And how much will we have to pay?
It will be available by the end of September.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah, but it's available on Kickstarter, so the
Right.
whole production needs to get going. Yeah, we have a working prototype. It's fully functional, but now we need the financial strength to actually set up the production.
Of course.
And
So where can we find the Kickstarter? At?
it's on our website, majella-audio.com, and there's a link to the Kickstarter. We will also promote it on social media as well.
Pricing, what are we looking at for the Kickstarter?
The Kickstarter price is $12.99.
All right, and you have an idea of the shop price when the Kickstarter is done?
We have an idea, but it's not set yet. And there's also, of course, the chance that we won't make the Kickstarter.
Right.
And that's for later.
Okay. I wish you a lot of luck on this, and it looks like a really cool instrument, and I like the sound of it. And I want to thank you for coming over here.
Yeah.
If there's anything else you want to tell us about us now, or do you want to have a little play with it? Just,
I'm happy it survived the
yeah,
water
the
here.
water, the
and
waterfall.
yeah. And yeah, well, thank you so much for having us.
All right.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, guys, how are we doing? We're still setting up for the next show, or do we have to talk some more?
Hi, Allert.
Bart, maybe you can join us.
Maybe we
Yes.
can.
We have
Maybe
to
you can play a little bit
Yeah.
more with the
Right,
with
maybe
the synth.
it still works after the water.
Let's hope so.
Build quality.
Do
just
we
put
have
it
to
down.
put the
Cable.
cushion under it?
Yeah, there is a nice cushion in the back.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only drone notice.
Yeah, it's you have
Is
to
it,
fill a bit
is
of
it
time.
hearable?
Yeah, we get some more music now from the Implexus, which is of course a really good idea.
The filter.
demo, man.
Thanks. Some noodling around there.
Am I on? I'm back. Yeah.
Ah,
So
he's
yeah,
back.
cool demo.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And that sounds like a beast.
Yeah, it can get pretty gnarly if you
Yeah.
wanted to. It's once we got the delay implemented, it can also make some pretty beautiful
Right.
soundscapes as well. So,
Right.
but yeah, now we're going to the more raunchy side of things. So yeah.
So tell us a little bit more about build quality and stuff. It looks like a metal case, and like really, what are those knobs
Yeah,
again?
yeah.
Yeah.
Famous model.
Yeah, those are the Rogan style knobs.
Rogan style knobs. Yeah, that's it.
It has full, every potentiometer is a metal shaft, so we didn't want to use any plastic knobs or that kind of stuff.
Panel
Yeah.
mount as well. So
Right.
Yes, it's also
So
aluminum.
performance proof.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
wanted
Yeah.
it to be performance proof. You could take it on stage. You could throw glasses of water over it. No, you can't do that. It also has a aluminium casing with scratch-resistant graphics. They are anodized into the skin of the aluminium, which makes it scratch and solvent resistant, so the graphics won't come off.
Professional
so it's really
Yeah.
And of course, the wooden side panels, they are made of regional oak. We made them ourselves by hand.
Because
So-
we all know that synths with wood sides sound better.
Yeah,
Much
yeah,
better.
of course, yeah, they amplify a bit better.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also like all these luxury functionalities like the clock sync options, but there's also a dedicated VCO tuner between the VCOs.
All right.
yeah. Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned that. There's this sort of guitar style tuners. If you play an A, it will blink
It will
green.
be it's like a strobe tuner in
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
that's a really cool function.
So it's
Yeah.
calibrated to an A. So if you play an A and
Sweet.
you can tune it, it's
And there's also, for example, velocity for the separated ADSR envelopes. So you can set velocity to amplitude, but also to modulation, and you can
Which
do
is
that.
very important, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
So the velocity is routable to other destinations than the VCA.
Yes,
Okay.
it's also to modulation.
via the envelope. So
Right.
And
yeah.
Right.
loopable envelope, dedicated vibrato, LFO, sub oscillator. There's a headphone amplifier in there, so you have a separated
Sweet.
headphone output
Yeah.
with independent control over volume. Yeah, it's for us. It's
Feature packed, I'd say.
Yeah, we wanted
Yeah.
to go all the way with this
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
No holding back.
Hey, and is there a reason why there's no keyboard attached?
Yeah, there's the reason is there that we are a small company, so a keyboard adds another price point to it.
Right, right.
And also we have a hard time reaching out to keyboard suppliers. We try to connect it with them for maybe a version 2 later on. So if
Keyboard
you,
suppliers of
yeah,
the world,
if you
talk
make
to
keyboards,
Majella Audio.
please connect.
Email us.
Yeah, email us back.
Yeah. But also, I think a desktop style synth also leaves it to the user as how to use it. You know,
I
because
agree. It's just
yeah.
I was just thinking
Yeah.
that question is going to happen. You know,
Yeah.
people will at some point will want one with a keyboard.
Yeah.
Because
I can
you know
imagine,
there
yeah.
are these
Yeah.
people who actually can play keys like you. You know, I can't. So for me, there's no need for a keyboard.
No, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
also because of all those clock syncing capabilities, it also really pairs well with sequencers. So
Right.
that's
Which is
that's the
more
thing.
important
Yeah.
for
yeah.
my
in
kind
this
of
case.
people.
Yeah.
do not
Yeah, because you
play
can
keys.
sequence it with MIDI, but also with external sequencers, and then
Right.
you have the clock output to synchronize your sequencer with the
Yeah, so I can tempo tap here and
sequence.
clock.
Right. So the clock goes out to other instruments as
Exactly.
well.
Yeah.
All right. What else can we discuss about this? Or are we almost done?
There's a
Still
lot
one
of,
more.
a lot of
Do we want to think?
I've got a question.
Bart has a question.
Ah,
Bring it, Bart.
Will
Where
there
are
be
you?
a
Oh, there
black
are you.
faceplate
Black faceplate. Oh,
with gold inscriptions?
oh yeah, and diamond knobs.
Well, you probably would. You could market that for famous DJs if they're still alive.
but
Yeah,
for famous
well.
DJs, you'd have to have a white version, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
or black.
Okay. I don't know. Do we want to hear a little bit more of the thing? Is that a possibility? Because I love what I was hearing just
Okay,
just
well,
earlier.
let's try something different.
Yeah?
I'll put my headphones back on.
All right.
Let's see. Where are we now?
Thank you very much. Question from the chat: is there MIDI control change possibilities for all the knobs on the synth?
No. It's the biggest part of this synthesizer is analog.
Right.
There are some extra controls over MIDI. It's pitch bend modulation, and of course the velocity options as well. And we are working on having MIDI changes for clock divisions and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So not for all the knobs. That
No.
would either have to be through CV or with hands.
Yeah, or with
Good
the
old-fashioned
modulations.
hands.
Yes. Okay, and then Threetom says he likes how everything sounds despite the lack of a reverb and delay. Well, Tom, there will be a delay available in the thing, but that's not done yet. If I'm right, right?
Working
No,
on
it's
it.
not stable yet. It's,
Okay.
it's working, but we didn't dare to show it right now.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being here again. Bart, should we have like a little chat about what's going to happen today for the rest?
Oh, that sounds
Yeah.
like a nice idea.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so
you a bit.
much. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Yeah, up next, let's have a look. Up next is Mieke van Dam in a minute. But what else do we have today for you, for all of the people here?
Well, first of all, we're gonna have some fun,
Fun, absolutely. That's we're fun.
clean fun,
Oh God.
and some beers
Later.
later.
Yeah. Mieke van Dam up next, and after that we'll be talking to Joranalogue. Joran van Gremberg, if I'm not mistaken, from Joranalogue Design. He's already in the building. Yes, hi Joran, how are you doing? Okay, cool.
Yeah, and after Mieke, we've got Cengiz Arslanpay.
Cengiz?
Sorry, Arslanpay. Sorry, Cengiz.
Yeah, we're
Sorry.
too close to
Sorry.
the monitor boxes with the microphones.
Whoa. Yeah.
And
I like
after
feedback,
that,
though.
after that, we have the one part that's not live but pre-recorded. We have an interview and a demo with Threetom from the Steve's MS-22 filter.
Yes,
Yes,
that's a really nice filter. I love it.
Bart's a total fan of the filter, and I think
Tom, you've made a great filter.
there you
But you
go.
already knew that.
After that, we have a video with Gwen Thomas,
Yes,
and we have a
And-
video with Paul Schreiber from Synthetic Technology.
which is pretty awesome.
Oh, je moet een beetje meer in het licht gaan staan.
Oh, we
sorry,
need to-
I automatically switched to Dutch. Silly me.
Sorry, is
Excuse me.
this is better?
Is this
right?
better?
Are we? I'm better. You're not so good.
Oh,
I'm good.
here.
Hey man,
Like I said, we're not professionals.
we're not professionals. We're doing this for the first time.
Yes. Gwen Thomas, Synthesis Technology. Then another performance live on this stage. Max and Kyra Frimout.
Yes, brother and sister with a harp, and
With a
they're from
harp.
Eindhoven, which is also very cool because we are streaming live from Eindhoven.
And after that, we have coming up René Ubachs from ReBach.
Yeah, and after that we got who we got? Oh yeah, Mike Lee Birds, younger
Yeah,
son.
of course.
Awesome drummer also.
From absolutely,
He's
I've
a
had him on
awesome
stages a
drummer.
lot of times. Very good drummer,
Yeah.
jazz drummer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yes.
And then Gijs Gieskes, the enigmatic Gijs Gieskes from also a local.
That's going to be
Once called on Muffwiggler the Eurorack God.
It's also going to be a very interesting interview, I think.
That will be very interesting. Yes, I'm sure it will.
stay
be very
tuned.
interesting. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
After that, we have the spectacular from Rotterdam called Sister.
Yeah, we also, I heard somebody tell me that we have to look into the camera a bit more.
Into the
Yeah,
camera.
the camera's over
Hello,
there.
camera. How are
Hello,
you?
world.
Very nice camera. Are you?
Yeah,
Yes.
live from Rotterdam. Sister. It's going to be an epic.
Well, they're going to be here, but they
yeah,
come from Rotterdam.
They come from
Yeah,
Rotterdam,
yes,
not
yes,
live from
exactly.
Rotterdam. Thank
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have
Video, yeah.
videos again. From
Yeah, pre-recorded interview with Gertz from Erika Synth.
Yes, and we got JacqNoise and Magnetrixx
Also
from
pre-recorded.
ACL. Pre-recorded.
Pre-recorded in
Yeah.
Berlin.
All because of COVID.
That's right.
sucks.
And then after that, we're back in this room with the always fun, our own Deutsche Herr Thomas Margolf, XOR Electronics. Looking forward to that. That should be fun.
We might do this in German. the
It's very
interview,
possible that we
but-
do the interview in German,
but
indeed.
we can also
So
do it in I
Use
don't
Google Translate.
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
Google.
Google.
And then
And
we
close the show with
LudoWic.
LudoWic.
Also from
Absolutely.
Eindhoven. Well,
Yeah.
actually, he's from Eindhoven, yes. And he's pretty awesome, and you probably all know him. Great producer,
Great musician.
great musician.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did some great stuff.
So that is the program for today.
So what's the time?
the
Oh, we
time?
still have 5 minutes.
Oh God.
So,
Talk slowly.
Talk
I'm
slowly,
not
that's
good at
all.
talking slowly.
right.
I always tell myself I have to talk slower.
It's pretty warm in here.
It is.
Like in the lights.
Yeah, it's a natural thing that happens with when you put like 12 kilowatts of par lamps on. It will heat up in the room.
Yeah.
This is something.
I think
that's
this is
the
also
law of nature.
This is also the moment to say thank you to a few people.
Absolutely, absolutely.
First of all, the venue where we are, which is TAC, Temporal
Tem-
Art Space Center.
Temporary Art Center.
Center.
Yeah.
in Eindhoven, and they're great people, and they
Been
have
helping us out
very helpful,
amazingly.
amazingly people. They're very friendly and
Yeah.
hospitable.
Hospitable. Very
So,
hospitable.
Yeah, and then we've got Michael Gardner, which is
Michiel Gardner,
the streaming guru,
the
god
stream hero.
from here in the Netherlands, of course. He makes it all happen.
So he's the one person that really is professional here.
Yeah, he is actually
Yeah.
professional.
Yeah, he
Well,
is
we
an
also have
actual
professional
professional.
sound people. Yes,
True,
so
true.
you
Menno
are
Menno
professional,
Zijlstra
and
is our
Menno,
sound guy today, and also one of the organizers of the whole
Yeah.
festival, by the way.
They're all very professional.
Yeah, he's very professional, not us.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
not.
yeah.
And then we have, of course, our Eindhoven liaison, and also our cook for today,
And also one of the
and also one of the organizers, Jurgen Winkel.
Jurgen Winkel.
And then, of course, there's Bart, who basically put everything together, and I looked on and said, "Yeah, you're doing good."
Exactly, that's how it goes
Yeah.
normally. And there was something else I wanted to say. I also wanted to thank all the artists,
Of course, all
because
the
without the
involved
artists, it's not going to happen. And I also
the
want to thank all the
manufacturers
manufacturers, because
for going over and recording videos and
and
joining
I also
us.
want to thank the audience, because we are doing this for you.
True. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Okay.
Okay,
How are we doing for time?
I think we are safe now. I think we can
Just
start
about.
with some music.
Yes. Yes.
I'll give you the
Yeah,
stage.
because I think it's about 100 years ago that Leon Theremin designed an instrument. Is it true that it's 100 years ago?
Precisely.
Precisely 100 years ago.
We think it's 1920.
It's 1920. Okay. So precisely, you say, is it like the birthday was yesterday? Is that true?
Yeah, of the inventor. The inventor was born in 1896 on what was it yesterday? 28th of August.
27th, 28th. Yeah. Well, but that's great. So we accidentally planned something perfectly, which like never happens with us. Mieke, you live in Utrecht, as far as I know, and you study at still study at the Utrecht Conservatorium.
I graduated in 2019.
Congratulations!
I live now in Zeist, which is near Utrecht.
I know, I bike there all the time.
Yes, and I still have a working space in Utrecht, in a new creative making space.
In an old fortress.
Yeah, in an old fortress.
Very close to my home. Great. So I remember I asked you to play at the modulation one day, and then you had just the theremin, I think, and a bit of stuff coming from your computer. And now I see a nice no-cost machine here, so there's modular stuff definitely going on, and I just want to hear the theremin. Let's go and have you play. Thank you, Mieke van Dam. Go ahead. There you go. Live patching, live theremin playing, wonderful technique, solving problems as we go. How are you, Mieke? Here's a microphone. Hebben we die aan? Do we have that microphone? Can I have a look? Maybe I turned it off by mistake. Yes, I did. Silly me. Here we go. So, now
Thank
we can
you.
Yes. So, really sorry if you. I noticed that some stuff went wrong.
Yeah,
that
it always does.
that must have felt awful. But I think you came out of there in a really good way. And what I loved was how you showed the different techniques of the theremin, combining with the different ways you can control an instrument with that. Can you tell us a little bit more about your way of working? Because normally the theremin has its own sound generator. Did you use that
Yes.
also now?
Yes, that's what I use the beat step for just for routing my
Okay.
channels. So sometimes I muted the theremin, sometimes I muted the O-coast. Or
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't. Did I? I don't know. But I used really lots of things just by preparing for this gig. I came to know so much more what was possible. So that was
Excellent.
really nice. So I started out with a self-generating patch, you could say, with the subharmonic capabilities of the O-coast. I really love the Trautonium, which is also an ancient instrument, electronic instrument. And I thought it was a really nice, natural way of sequencing, actually, to accompany the theremin. But that was quite a different patch from the rest, so that took a lot of time. It's not easy to, when you play theremin, you can't patch at the same time, so it's just silent, and that's a bit awkward.
Oh, yeah,
Especially when it goes wrong, so then it's even more silence. But but I really wanted to show that, so I still put it in. And then what was supposed to happen was a solo from the O-coast. It eventually took place, but a bit shorter, which, it uses the contour.
The envelope.
Yeah, the envelope of a contour, but looped, and I thought it was a really nice sound of the waveform it generates.
To use that at audio rate.
Yeah.
Right.
It was really, it gave me that warm feel
Yeah.
of like a tube theremin.
There you go.
So, it reminded me of the theremins from the 30s. That's kind of
Have you done a lot of research in the various forms of theremin there are? 'Cause I thought there's like the theremin, but
No.
obviously there's all kinds of them.
Yeah, there's loads of them, and well, they all have the same principle. It's only a sound generator and a
Right.
volume.
Yeah.
But of course, there's different sound generators, and it was invented in the 20s, so they didn't have transistors then. So it was made with tubes, and there's also differences in the range. So how many octaves you have.
So totally different way of playing then.
Yes, and there were loads of improvements made when the inventor, Leon Theremin, actually worked together with the first virtuosas
All right.
to improve
Yeah.
the instrument.
Yeah.
So, and then Bob Moog came around and
did his-
reintroduced this. So, there's actually lots of differences, and there's actually much that can be improved still.
Alright.
And the community that plays theremins isn't that big, so there aren't that many manufacturers, and that's a
Well,
shame.
maybe you can talk to the guys from
Yeah.
Majella Audio for a bit later on. So they're also from Utrecht. So maybe they at some
Yeah.
point we'll have a signature Mieke van Dam theremin built
That
by
would be
Majella
great.
Audio. Who knows? Okay, thumbs up from the other side of the room. That's a plan. All right.
So, shall I continue telling a bit about my
Yeah,
other
please do.
patches?
Yeah.
The third one of while this was playing the vintage sound, I reintroduced the theremin, and and actually use the overtone circuit of the Oco's, which I love, which is like a bit complex oscillator-ish.
Yeah, it's like the timbre section in the complex oscillator.
Yeah.
Like wave folder kind of thing.
Yeah, and then I did a bit of a harsh move by I wanted to let the machine speak.
Right.
So I put the slope on cycle while being triggered with a square wave. And it's really, again, it makes those subharmonics, but really harsh.
Yeah.
So it really sounds like a dial-up
dial-up connection.
Sometimes I really love that.
Yeah.
It's switching between the notes that do sound good and then the in-betweens. I really love the glitchiness of that. So, and I wanted to show the Memory Boy, was one of my pedals, being modulated by some CV.
So that's why you put the cable in the bottom at some point. So it controls the delay time of the Memory Boy?
I have no idea. I don't understand that pedal at all.
Excellent way of going about things. Just try it.
Yeah, so, but it sounds just crazy, and that's what I really love. But you do have some control over it because you are moving it with your hands. I really love that direct control of the instrument. It really makes me connect with the sound, and which is why I love the theremin so much.
You could see that, absolutely. Yeah. It's very nice to see. You were also playing something duophonic at some point. How were you doing that?
I have a pitch shifter. Because otherwise it's a monophonic instrument.
Of course.
I think Moog once made an April Fool's joke with the polyphonic theremin, but
that's a good April Fool's joke.
But that doesn't work. You can't have like multiple antennae.
No, of
it
course.
Would be a bit.
I was just wondering how you did do the pitch shifters, of course.
It works well, and I used like an expression pedal to really shift because I don't like prefixed things. So I like to make it sound like a theremin, like make it glide and stuff like that. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more stuff you can tell us about it, or should we leave you be and move on to the next thing?
I don't know. Actually, I think the Ghost makes just a great pair with the theremin.
I can imagine, yeah.
And I think it's so awesome that it's so small.
Yeah.
It packs so many things, and
it's also a great gateway drug for getting into modular more. Really. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm still on the verge, but I haven't committed yet. So, but. It's a funny story because last time I played a modulation was like 2 years ago, and then it stopped working. The theremin is a very temperamental instrument. It really has its own mind, its own soul. It's really a bit of a drama queen. So it started really interfering and having grounding problems.
Okay.
And so it stopped working for 2 years and only started working like a few months ago.
It was meant to be.
Started working again. So I was so happy that it worked again and I could really experiment with it again.
It was great to hear. Thank you very much, Mieke. And
Thank you.
Again, the way you crawled out of these problems was just great, and much applause for that. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay. On to the next spot, and back to the couch, where we have an actual overhead camera thing going on here. Amazing. Also, we have here Joran.
Hi.
Hi, Joran. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
I'm very happy that you were allowed to come over here.
I am as well.
Yeah. Joran is from a part of Belgium that is not in total lockdown, like Tom, who we'll have later, was not able to come over here because he had to stay at home. Joran, tell us a little bit about your history. Well, I remember meeting you for the first time. I think it was at Café Centraal in Brussels when I performed there. You were there as well.
That's a while ago.
Like 2 years, also like 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that. How did you get started in modular, and how did you get started as a manufacturer?
Well, I actually got started by servicing vintage synthesizers.
You're
So-
not the only one. We have another guy coming in
Yeah.
later.
There's quite a few people who get into. For me, it was just an interest in sound in general and electronics technology, and everything sort of comes together, and you start doing. Oh, I can service these old 80s, 70s, huge analog machines, and that was nice to get to look into those machines and learn a lot. And also meet a
of
lot
course,
people.
you see all the famous circuits before you there, and if
Exactly.
you know something about electronics, which you do and I don't, you can probably read them, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of interesting how you can see just by looking at circuit board, you can sort of tell what kind of technology level it is. So you can really clearly see if it's an 80s Japanese circuit board or something like that.
Let's go name and shame from the 80s synth. Worst thing ever.
Oh,
Like name a famous one that's actually really badly built.
that's actually really badly built. Let's see. I'm probably going to anger some people, but I don't like the TB303 and the TR606. Well, I mean, I like them as synthesizers, but I don't like the construction.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, these things, we all know what they were actually built for. They were built as as accompaniment
Exactly,
machines for guitar players.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
So-
not built to last.
No,
kind of a miracle that they're still around.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
sort of flimsy
Yeah.
plastic boxes with a lot of
Right.
sandwiched circuit boards and
Understood.
not nice to work on.
And go to the other side, the best build synth of that
Oh,
period.
Best builds and
Like, what has an impressive build quality? Because I know,
Yeah.
I hear all the time that actually most of the power supplies in these old machines are not very good.
Oh yeah,
Is that true?
yeah, most are terrible, but also the level of safety was just different. Electrical safety was just
I've had smoke
different
coming out
in
of
the-
my OBX8.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them have no earth connection, for example.
Eek.
Yeah.
Eek.
Yep.
Okay. But yeah, is there one that you could say, well, that's actually really well built?
I would probably say again, Roland,
Mhm.
the Juno series.
Yeah.
Because they're really nice metal boxes, and you can they have hinges, so you
Yeah.
just flip them open, and you have circuit boards in front of you.
Is it also for the Jupiter series? I know
Yeah.
I really like
Yeah.
my Jupiter 6 is I think it looks really neat from the inside.
Yeah, I recall the Jupiter 4 is probably my favorite polysynth of all
Right.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So after doing these repairs and getting to know, I mean, I'm assuming you also have some bit of an education in electronics. At what point did you decide I'm going to start making my own gear?
Really,
what was
really
the trigger?
soon, actually. The trigger, I wouldn't say there's like this magical moment where you go
Okay.
like, oh, I'm going to make your rack modules or whatever. But for me, it was sort of something in the back of my mind for a long time, and I've been working on concepts for modules for longer than I can remember, really.
It was just always in your head,
Yeah,
right?
for me, just the concept of modular synthesis is something amazing. And I wouldn't say I'm a modular musician at all, but just the idea of having these modules, which are like circuit building blocks, and you patch them together.
And how they interact.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you should walk us through what you did your earlier stuff first, because we have a beautiful laid out case here before us.
Thank you.
And let's do a recap of what you have. What was your first module that came out?
The first module was Switch 4, which
Right.
is a performance routing and switching module. So it allows you to easily switch signals on and off with these switches, which are
Mhm.
dual action, so you can use them as a
It's either momentary or latching.
exactly.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you also have a routing section, so you can choose between the 4 inputs, and this also has a switch to enable or disable the selected
Right.
signal to the corresponding output.
Techno
Um,
artists will love this.
It's popular with mostly live performance.
I can
artists,
imagine
yeah.
that's a very useful thing.
So that was how the series got started, and then I released several others. Like I can't recall the exact.
I think the comparator was also actually pretty early one,
Yeah,
right?
that
Yeah.
was early. So Mix 3 compared to those are pretty early ones, and then
Yeah.
also Select 2, which wasn't long after.
Mhm.
And all modules are fully analog. There's only one module which has a microcontroller, and that's Test 3, which is a bit of a special one because
Yeah.
it's more of a DIY tool than an
Understood.
actual
Yeah.
Eurorack module.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I remember you have this VCO that does stuff that no other VCO does, because a lot of your stuff does stuff that nothing else does.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
sort of the point.
Yeah.
Because if you look at analog synthesis especially, and within Eurorack space or even outside of Eurorack, there's a lot of similar things that we see, those same classic VCOs and VCFs.
Which is not a bad thing.
No,
but
it's fine. I
Yeah.
mean, it's if you want this very specific sound from this very specific synth, it's great to have the option. But I don't find that very interesting just as a
for
designer.
yourself. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can imagine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I want to explore new things,
Mhm.
explore new kinds of synthesis. So Generate 3 is one of those modules where I hope I succeeded in doing that. So at the core, it's a pretty standard triangle VCO. Not really standard because it's also through 0,
Mhm.
and it's got two types of sync you can use separately. So it has a resetting sync, the classic hard sync, but also a soft sync, which flips the direction of the triangle. And this feeds into a harmonic section where instead of having those classic waveforms, so you have the saw wave and the square wave and whatever, those classic ones, I create waveforms which give you the separate harmonics of the total spectrum. So you get the fundamental, which is basically sine wave.
Yeah.
Then you get all the even harmonics and all the odd harmonics,
And you
excluding.
can mix them as you like, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not just mix them manually with the level knobs here, but you also have bipolar amplitude control. So there's a ring modulator for each of those 3 channels.
Which, that's a lot of fun,
Yeah.
really. That is a lot of fun.
That's the point. So the idea of Generate 3 is basically instead of having limited control, like standard oscillator gives you pitch control
Yep.
and some timbre control because of the different outputs, and you can audio frequency modulate. Here you have one module which basically does everything. So
Yep.
you get the pitch modulation, frequency modulation, but also the timbral modulation, and there's also phase modulation, which is another aspect of sound, which is especially in the analog realm, it's not
Often
common
forgotten.
Well,
I
it's-
remember it's in one of the Weird oscillators does it, right?
Maybe,
Yeah.
There are a few, but there are a few phase, but mostly phase is done in digital because it's
Yeah.
very easy in digital,
In the PDO it's digital as far
Yeah.
as I know. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's very difficult to do in analog. So,
But you did it.
but I did it. So sometimes I come up with these ideas and I just insist on doing them in analog, even
Mhm.
if it would make way more sense to do it in digital. It just doesn't interest me. So
I like that principle.
Yeah.
You're a man of principle.
yeah, exactly.
You are.
So that's Generate 3.
Yeah.
And next to that, we also have Filter 8, which is a module I think most people are familiar with. by now.
I'm guessing that's your best-selling module yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because I
definitely-
hear so many people about it. I don't have one yet. I mean, the oscillator really speaks to me. At some
Yeah.
point, I will buy it.
I
Absolutely.
imagine.
So the filter, it's more than just a low-pass filter, as far as I know, and it would have to be coming from you.
Of course.
Yeah.
So it's at its core again, it's all starts from a pretty standard cascaded low pass topology, which you find also in those old Roland synths,
Yep.
for example. But I made some changes. First of all, you have the separate outputs for each of the 4 poles. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 pole outputs.
So that's also a quadrature oscillator then? When
Yeah.
you when you put it in
But we'll get
resonance.
to that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was getting ahead of it. Go too fast all
You're
the
way
time.
too
I'm sorry.
excited.
Yeah, that's just me. I'll let you talk.
Right, so it's an audio frequency filter with separate low pass outputs, and then on the bottom we have pole mixing outputs, which give you way more responses. So there's a 1-pole high pass, a band boost plus notch, a phase shifter, 4-pole band pass. So that in combination with the 4 different kinds of low pass, you get 8 simultaneous filter outputs.
Is that kind of like the idea of the expander filter?
Yeah, that's the expander. The SAM expander had pole mixing built in, exactly.
The Oberheim expander
yeah,
kind of thing. Yeah.
So that's there's some inspiration there for this module. Now the SAM had this switch where you would switch between two kinds of pole mixing basically, and if it's in one setting, you have access to one set of filters.
Right.
And
yeah.
So here I found a way to get everything: the low pass, the high pass, the band pass, and then the other ones without needing this switch. And there are some other nice features, of course. So if you set it to full resonance, it becomes an oscillator. So that's a really nice, clean sine wave oscillator. And as you mentioned, quadrature. So if I set it to low frequency modes, now it can be used as an LFO or even a slew limiter.
Yep.
Now it's also a octature VCO.
Like 8 outputs.
Exactly. So each of the sine waves, and you can see on the LEDs, red means positive output voltage, blue is negative output voltage.
Yep.
Each of the outputs now gives you a sine wave, but they're all separated by 45 degrees, which is really nice for doing these complex patches.
Swirling things going on all the
Yes,
time.
yes,
Yeah.
lots of options there. And there's so many things on this 12 HP module that I sometimes forget what's on there. So you also have a hold function. You can sort of freeze the filter core, which can also be gate controlled, and then you can continue.
So in LFO means that kind of means you stop the LFO
Yeah,
momentarily.
Exactly.
Wow.
So you
Sweet.
can stop it and then continue without getting a jump or anything, like
Right.
you would get with the track and hold. And of course, it's on all of the 8 outputs simultaneously. The resonance is also a bit unique because most filters, if you increase resonance, you would lose some low end. And there are some filters which do some low end compensation, bass compensation.
Just by cranking up the bass again.
Sort of, yeah, by
Yeah.
mixing a bit of,
Yeah.
there's a little circuit trick, but that also really changes the character of the sound.
Absolutely,
And
yeah,
it's never exact. And here you get exact bass compensation without any change in the low end, which again gives a sound of its own.
Yeah.
So that's the filter 8. And then there's also Contour 1, which is also a recent release and probably one of the more popular ones right now. And that's a sort of a modern version of the classic voltage controlled
function generator.
Yeah.
A slew limiter function generator, half of a dual universal slope generator.
Yeah. Of course.
Rise and fall control inputs for that. So what makes it different?
Well, of course, I turned everything up to 11 as usual. So you get the you can change the shapes of the slopes. So it doesn't have to be linear. It can be exponential, logarithmic, concave, convex, however you want to call it.
Oh, okay. Well.
Separate for the rise and fall.
Mm-hmm.
And these are also voltage controlled. So you can change the shapes under voltage control.
Because I know on the maths you can do something of a shape control, but it's not voltage controllable.
No.
You made it voltage controllable.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And it also changes the timing, which here is as compensated as possible. So the timing doesn't, there's going to be some change, but it's not huge. So that's Contour 1. There's some other additions to it. For example, you have a range switch. You can you have a button to trigger it. There's
again, a
different
performance
kind of
option.
Again, yes, very nice for performance things. You can create an envelope manually, or you can use a signal input, but there's also a dedicated gate input. There's a trigger input. You can hold it. So lots of stuff going on here as well. You have the output inverted and also rise and fall gate outputs. So yeah, very capable module again.
Absolutely.
Now, I think what most people are excited about right now are the new additions to the series.
Absolutely.
What
do we have?
Well, we have a really small one and a really big one. So
Let's start with the small one.
okay, let's start with the small one. It's Fold 6, and Fold 6 is a wave folder in 4HP. Well, of course, it's not just another
Not
wave
just
folder.
a wave folder.
There's, well, maybe we can patch something up.
It'd
and
be nice to
have
hear
have a-
something. Yeah,
yes,
we've been
have a
talking
quick-
a lot. But
quick
now
listen.
let's hear
Exactly.
it.
Yes, I'm going to get horse.
Yeah. I love how that sounds in the lower ranges.
Yeah, that's the classic
Yeah.
wave folder sound. So it's at its core, it's it's starting from a very classic, basic idea, the diode-based 6-stage wave folder, but with some changes as usual. First of all, we have a shape control, which drives the output into a voltage-controlled overdrive.
Okay.
So let's turn up the fold a bit and then increase the shape. And now you get
That
For
makes
those-
it extra gnarly.
exactly
Extra, it's like, yeah.
for those extra
Saturation.
harmonics. So again, voltage control over not just the folds but also the shape.
Mhm.
Now, what's a bit unique about Fold 6 is that it's not just a classic series. So normally a wave folder is you have these 6 folding stages in series. There's also parallel wave folders where you put where you have different folding stages and you put them in parallel. Now on Fold 6 you get both of those from one circuit. So I can change from the main output to the alternate output, and we're going to get a different folding sound, which is, it's a bit softer,
Yeah.
but of course you can turn up the shape.
It's a different character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And that adds a lot of versatility to have those 2 separate outputs from the one wave folding module.
Yep.
And another knob is the symmetry knob, which adds a DC offset to the input, so you can do asymmetric folding. So if we change the symmetry from center, you can hear the difference.
You can make that talk.
Yeah, you can get in
Yeah.
into some nice vocal ranges.
Love how that sounds.
Thank you.
And like the expression you get from the 3 different knobs, there's a world of sound in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the idea. So I like having just, it's 4 HP, there's just 3 knobs, but you have voltage control over everything, you have 2 separate outputs. So there's a lot more going on than it appears from such a small module. And of course the fidelity is another big improvement over most existing wave folders.
All right.
Wave folders are always going to be a bit noisy and a bit.
Mhm.
So this is probably one of the better ones on the market on that front.
I'll take your word for it.
As is the same for all my modules, which I think is
They
is
always
an
seem
important.
extremely high quality. To
That's
me.
yeah,
Absolutely.
that's the idea.
Yeah.
At
Yeah.
any rate.
Yeah.
So that's Fold 6. It's a really nice 4 HP wave folder,
Yeah.
and it's coming pretty soon. So October most
October?
likely. Yeah.
And what would we have to pay for it?
Pricing is to be announced.
Oh, okay.
But as usual, I try to price my modules competitively, so you
Agreed.
can expect a competitive
Okay.
price.
Very good. October. All right.
Yes. So next to that, we have the big brother. It's the biggest module in the series so far. It's 20 HP and it's called Morph 4.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the existing series without the two new ones, most people who are experienced in URAC or modular synthesis will notice there's no real linear VCAs.
Mostly used linear VCAs, yes.
Yes. So I have Mix 3, which is a exponential voltage-controlled mixer.
Yeah.
But in a URAC
So
system,
like a mixer for audio signals normally.
Yeah. So it's designed for audio, and it only mixes into the one output. So
Yeah.
it's really nice to have voltage-controlled mixing in this 6 HP format. But if you want to do linear voltage control of separate signals, there's nothing until now. Nothing in the series which allows that. So the classic solution, or a lot of people nowadays choose a multi-VCA module, like a quad VCA module. So you have the 4 VCAs in one module. Morph 4 is sort of the next level in that concept, where you have not just 4 VCAs, so you have the channels A, B, C, and D, but they also have a master morph control section. And this is a master parameter, and you can choose how each of the channel responds to this master
But
parameter.
wait, in the basis, it's a 4-channel VCA.
Yeah, that's basis.
And then you have control over the response of the thing.
Well, you have control over how each channel responds to this master
Right.
parameter, which is for each channel it's a triangular response. And you can choose how wide the triangle is, but also the position of the triangle. And one very one obvious application of this is voltage-controlled crossfading, or voltage-controlled panning, voltage-controlled interpolating scanner, something like that. So I can demonstrate if I set my my span controls, which is the width of the triangle.
Yeah.
To about the center, and I change the positions for each of the channels. So the first one to minimum, and then this one sort of a quarter of the way, like this, and then the next one to the maximum.
Yeah.
And here also the levels, I'll turn those up. So now we have here on the bar graph, you can see the response for each of the channels. And here you also have the output LEDs, which show you the output signal. And by default, there's a 5-volt normal, so that's why this LED is lit. But I can just pick a signal. Now it's going to be sent to all of those channels. Let's change things up a bit. So I'll create 4 different pitches using the generate and filter modules. And I'll give each of the channels a different input signal.
Lovely patch cables, by the way.
Thank you. They're not available, unfortunately. Yes.
Your personal stash.
Yes. All right. So now I have 4 different input signals going in, and I can choose one of the combined outputs of the morph module. So you have a separate output for each of the channels, but you also have these combinations, A plus B mix, C plus D mix. Let's pick the add mix. And now... Now we can
scan. Like a scanning mixer.
Turn this one up. Now we can scan between 4 pitches. Now the nice thing is we can totally change where each channel is located, and also how wide the response is for each channel. So I can make them all really narrow, for example. And now you can see there's a lot of that space, or I can make them really wide, and now they're going to overlap.
Nice. That is something else. I've not really heard that before, I think. I mean, the Rix mix from where Make Noise comes to mind. This slightly similar idea.
Yeah, there are a few of these scanning modules around.
Yeah.
Usually they're quite basic, so you just have different inputs and you can scan between them. here you can totally change how each channel responds, and not just by the knobs, but also under voltage control.
Yeah.
So both the position and span parameters.
That's a composition tool. Yeah.
That's the idea. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it's the same as it fits very nicely into the system because it has so much versatility. Not just scanning, but also you can use it as two stereo, or you can use it as a stereo crossfading pair rather. You can just use it as two VCAs and a fading pair, for example.
Yeah.
And at audio frequencies, it becomes a really nice wave shaper as well, which is another nice trick which I can show. So we have the morph parameter here that's also voltage controlled, and you can change the response with the attenuator knob here. And by default, there's a 5 volt normal on the first input, which is normal to the other inputs. So I can just use this module on its own as a wave shaper. I'll take, for example, the maximum output, which also which always gives you the maximum voltage of the 4 outputs. And I'll just pick one of my modules to control the morph parameter. And now I'm getting a waveform generated by Morph4, controlled by this module. So I can change any of the parameters.
Wow. Suddenly your quad VCA has become an oscillator.
Yeah.
Wow.
And of course, everything is still voltage controlled.
Yeah,
so you can totally change everything. Let's pick an LFO here and just modulate something. For example, the position of the first channel. And now we are getting some.
Love how that breaks up. And basically, this is happening because you're clocking the crossfader with the oscillator.
Yeah, that's the idea. So
that's the wave shaping idea that turns up then.
So it's like you would be scanning through channels very slow with a knob. Now it's happening at audio rates, and the channels are now just 5 volts constant. So what it does is it generates these spikes, and you can move the spikes, so sort of phase modulate them. You can make them higher or lower with the level knobs.
Cool.
And of course you can make them wider and narrower with the span knobs.
That is quite a spectacle. So very versatile module there. And also available in October?
December, most likely, yes. So both are going to be released later this year. And pricing, again, to be announced.
Okay. I think that's some very interesting stuff there. What's it called? The Morph4.
Morph4, yes. That's
quite a spectacle. I was going to ask Bart, do we have any questions from the chat? Maybe. No questions.
No
Hello,
questions.
chat.
Okay.
Well, 5 minutes to go. I'm not sure if we...
There are a lot of people that want to get the wave shaper.
A lot of people want to get the wave shaper, the
Fold
wave
6.
folder. The folder.
Well,
okay, good.
Andrew Marshall, he wants one.
Oh.
So sign up.
Okay.
October, Andrew.
So as usual, there will be pre-orders available through the dealer network.
Yep.
Oh, and
in advance.
DivKit Ben seems to have some new goodies from you. He's testing. He's very positive about it.
Yes, he has both of them. There's
okay, so he's going to do the videos for them.
Yes, there are a few prototypes around the world of both of them. Hey Ben.
All right. Thank you for showing them here. Can you make them fill a little bit of time with some more sounds? That would be great. Maybe.
Well, as I mentioned, I wouldn't call myself a modular musician, but I can make a lot of very gnarly sounding sounds. So if you're
That's why we're here.
If you're into that kind of stuff, I'm here.
All right.
Allert, we got 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Let's take an output from generate. Let's see.
So we're hearing the oscillator now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so just hearing generate 3 going
Yeah.
through more 4.
Yeah.
I can change the span. So now if the span is set to the maximum setting, I'll turn down the other channels. If the span is set to the maximum channel, it's a nice fade from 0 to 5 volts on
Great.
the morph parameter. So if it's 5 volts on morph, there's nothing, and then it goes to 0.
Yep.
So now you
It
can
opens up.
have perfect crossfading, and you don't have to crossfade between different modules. You can take different outputs from the same module. So
Of course.
let's say I take the even and odd channels.
Oh, that would of course pair like hell perfectly. Very nice to do.
Let's see if they do. So I turn up on channels A and B. I turn up both of the spans maximum. I set the position to minimum, the other one to maximum. And I get a
that's
nice fade
what you want to do.
between the
Yeah,
harmonics.
yeah.
And you have all these different outputs. There's also the min-max outputs, which gets quite spectacular if you have different frequencies going in. Let's see. I can change the position, for example. Now, to take things a bit further, we can do some feedback patching.
And then we have to close it off, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go
So
from
the output
maximum.
from the mix, from the mix output from the more 4 going into what now?
I'll take the maximum output and I'll go into, let's just say, the through 0 control on generate 3. And let's see what's happened.
Yeah, that does sound feedbacky. I'm liking it. Okay.
So,
Thank you, Joran. Thank you for coming over. Thank you for showing us this your existing stuff and your new stuff. It's fascinating to see the purity of the things. I think it's I think they're the purest modules, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. The versatility is amazing, and it's great. Yeah, it's been great having you here.
great. Thanks for having me.
Okay. So now it's time to move over to our stage where the tables have been set for Cengiz Arslanpay. Do they say that correctly? I need a microphone for Cengiz. Do we have a microphone? Left over? Yeah, okay. And we swipe that to get the germs off. Yep. Okay. Cengiz, here's a microphone.
Oh, thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Yeah.
Nice.
I've lost a bit of weight.
Yeah. We all do sometimes, right?
Yeah. So that's right.
You need a tom-tom then.
Yeah.
Tom-tom.
Okay. So Cengiz, also an Utrecht resident, by the way.
Yeah.
We've moved half of Utrecht to Eindhoven today. Cengiz also studied music technology, I think. in Utrecht?
Yeah, I've been studied music technology, master composition, therefore sound technician.
Like
why-
me.
Yeah, like you.
And You're from Turkey originally, like
Yeah.
Dirge earlier on,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
but you've lived in the Netherlands like all of your life.
Yeah, I
Yes?
was born here, but I
Okay.
did primary school, so from groep 1 to groep 8, I did in Turkey.
Okay.
And then we came back again, so since then I'm living full-time in,
Alright.
in the Netherlands.
So, and I remember you playing with the nai flute.
Yeah.
Some traditional Turkish instruments.
Yeah, this is the nai flute.
Mhm.
It's the most ancient instrument actually known.
Oh,
So,
that's interesting. We have like
it's
a relatively modern and
Yeah,
a relatively old instrument here.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
and it's also the most simplest instrument, I think. It's just a reed,
Yep.
as you can see, and they board it, and you play it like this.
Right.
So, and I have today another instrument, very
Mhm.
special one. It's called the ReBach, as you can see. It's also a very natural and ancient instrument. It's made of coconut, so and fish skin. And
Not very good for the vegans here.
No. But the fish skin is used for something beautiful. So it's not for digesting
True.
it, but it's for making it
Making
live
music.
and making it sound beautiful.
Yeah.
So I will mix them together today. I will do some live coding. With,
you have a teletype going
yeah,
on.
with
Yeah,
teletype. And
a 301, the sound computer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's see.
All right, and okay, so the small system with a 301, a teletype, and a Just Friends filter. Is
Yeah,
that
just
what
Friends
mistaken?
filter, and I have this. Trent, the Whipsicle Raps, he had a new firmware for Wii.
Mhm.
So that's now working as a FM synthesizer, and just Friends is working as a trigger source for modulating for AR301. It's sampling. AR301 is also used as drum computer here.
Mhm.
But basically, teletype is giving commandos to all these 4 modules with I2C.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's
And
try it.
take your time. I
Yeah.
really like. I remember you playing last time. I thought it was absolutely beautiful. So
All right, thank you.
do it, ladies and gentlemen. Cengiz Arslanpay. Right? Okay. Thank you, Cengiz Arslanpay. That was beautiful. I think it's very inspiring for a lot of people. I saw a comment just now by Threetom that he's very envious of people who can combine electronics and acoustic instruments the way you did. And I think you are a prime example of how to do that. So again, thank you for being here and thank you for playing. And I'm looking forward to the next time already. We have a little bit of time left. Or do we launch into our pre-recorded part of your pre-recorded program now? What do we say, Bart? We're going for the pre-recorded stuff. So coming up at the moment, Bart, what's up first? Oh boy. Slight panic. Threetom.
Hi there, my name is Tom and I run Threetom Modular Synthesizers, a small Eurorack business located in Belgium. I currently have one module out called Steve's MS-22. Steve's MS-22 is a dual VCF that is inspired by the Korg MS-20. However, it is not a simple clone as it does very much have its unique voice. Its uniqueness is due to a few things. First of all, the order of the low-pass and high-pass filters is swapped around when compared to the original MS-20. In addition to that, there is a unique gain staging circuitry between the two filters that allows you to go from a really clean signal to nasty distortion and everything in between. Thirdly, it has a unique modulation matrix that gives you full control over both filters, even though there's only two CV inputs. Then finally, the resonance circuit pushes the boundaries way further than the original. This makes MS-22 an excellent drum box. In this video, I'm quickly going to walk you through the features of Steve's MS-22. Then I'll proceed to jam out and show you some of the sounds. This is the control of the low-pass filter and this is the control of the high-pass filter. This knob sets the resonance, on which I'll talk a bit more in detail later. I will now sweep the low-pass and high-pass filter. Is the link switch. It links the cutoff frequencies of the high pass to low pass, so you get a funky band pass. While using the link switch, the setting of the high pass filter determines the bandwidth of the band pass filter. Let's now talk about the CV inputs. Steve's MS-22 has two CV inputs. The first one is called the FCV, and that one controls the cutoff of the low-pass filter. Then there's the AUX CV that can control the other parameters individually or together with these switches that control the modulation matrix. I will briefly demonstrate how this works. I will connect the Befaco Rampage to the FCV. This knob here is the attenuator for the FCV input. So I'm going to turn that up a bit. When I now trigger the rampage, it will open up the filter. The FCV input is normal to the ACV input, and this is the attenuator for the ACV input. I will now route the envelope of rampage to the various parameters over here. Notice that the up position is positive CV and the down position is negative CV. One of the implications of this is that you can use the input gain as a kind of dirty VCA. I can also combine this with opening the low pass filter, giving us a low pass gate sound. You can also combine this with various combinations of the link switch and the modulation switch for the high pass filter. Finally, I'd like to show you how Steve's MS-22 works as a drone box. There is a lot of interaction between the controls, but the most important thing to notice is that as soon as the resonance knob goes beyond 12 o'clock, we're into self-oscillating territory. The higher you crank the resonance, the dirtier the timbre will become and the lower the frequency. You will notice there's a lot of interaction between the low pass control, high pass control and gain. When the notches of these two filters meet when self-oscillating, they will start to fight, and this gives a really interesting texture for ambient drones. I will drench the signal coming out of the MS-22 in a fat reverb so you get an idea of what the result sounds like. I don't know about you, but I think that sounds awesome. All right, let's move on to the jam with a few more conventional sounds. So here we are at the end of the video. Turned out to be a bit of a long one, so thanks a lot for taking the time to listen. If you'd like to find out more about Steve's MS-22, go and check out the Threetom website. There's a lot of other demos that I've made in the past, and honestly, there's a few really cool ones in between there that cover some ground that we haven't covered today. Finally, I want to thank the guys of Dutch Modular Fest for having me. It's been an honor. It's been a real pity that I couldn't physically be there due to Corona, but fingers crossed that we can make it happen next time. So until then, see you guys.
Hello, Tom. Welcome to Dutch Modular Fest. Thank you for being with us today.
My pleasure. I was happy to be invited.
Okay, very good. We are about to see a video you made, which is about your Steve's filter, right? Steve's
MS-22.
That's right. About the module, actually everything is in the video that you did, so we'll not discuss that beforehand. I checked out your website, and it seems you come from an engineering background, and also a modular synth enthusiast. At some point, decided you wanted to do something in that. Also, taking a cue from people who were asking you to build stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So Steve's MS-22 is actually named after Steve O'Hear.
Right.
And Steve is a tech journalist that I met by coincidence on Facebook.
Right.
And he was looking for somebody to build him a kit that was also inspired on the MS-20 filter.
Right.
However, he was looking for a much more compact version of that, and
yeah, it's very
that kind of triggered me, and I took that as a challenge, and that is how everything started, basically.
Right. Excellent. You link to an article by Steve on TechCrunch, which I've read, and I really like the article because it describes the whole Eurorack ecosystem, as I personally call it, in a very nice way. And one of the things that I noticed is that that so many builders, you know, the one-man shops, actually find it now and then very, inconvenient to get a lot of orders because it takes time away from designing new stuff. And I really like that idea because,
there is some truth to that, of course. So I'm currently also taking a break from production so I can get the design of my new module, my next module, ready. So I'm aiming to be ready with that somewhere next year, early next year. And I simply wouldn't be getting that done if I didn't take a break from production.
I recognize the sentiment from a lot of other people I know in the industry. Of course, there's some people who have like a proper workshop and even staff who build great stuff. But actually yesterday I was talking to Paul Schreiber, who also referenced this problem, and I know it from various people here in the Netherlands also who are just more interested in design and in sales, and that to me is refreshing, to say the least.
With me, the thing is also I don't do this full time, so this is kind of a hobby that got out of hand, and I still manage by trying to optimize my processes. And although I like designing, I also kind of like that because this is not my main source of income. I have no time pressure, so I can sit and rest on an idea however long I like until I'm perfectly happy with it. And I think that's definitely something my customers will appreciate in the final product.
And also, it's a very different way from having a company and having to release a project at a set date and having to
exactly
out enough.
I had another manufacturer tell me that he actually felt a bit pressured from time to time to release something new every 6 months, and I think that would simply burn out my creativity in the long run.
Also, I think this is the way that it started. You know, when people were building things that they couldn't find in that first system, and they wanted it for themselves, and then suddenly more people were interested, and this is the only reason often that people started a little company to do this.
Yeah, it's a very nice ecosystem. Also, very often you find that the people behind these companies are very approachable, very friendly, open to discussion. So I really like being part of all that.
Very good. Well, you know, Tom, thank you very much for having this little talk with me. I think it's time to go and watch your video, and we're very excited to have an in-depth look at the stuff you bring to us. Thank you very much, and hopefully next year we'll have you over in person, maybe with a new model.
I hope so too. I hope so very much.
Thank you, Tom. Goodbye.
Bye.
It's been great to have you with us, and hopefully next time in real life, as we said. Okay, up next, GT Thomas, also pre-recorded, also a friend of Dutch Modular Fest, I'd say. Short recap for the people who've just joined us. We are in Eindhoven, the birthplace of Dutch electronic music. We are in the Temporary Art Center in the heart of Eindhoven, not far from the Natlab, where the Natlab used to be. We want to thank TAC for giving us this, the opportunity to host this event here. The support we've been getting here is amazing. So hopefully we'll be back here next year and do a real life version of this. But for now, we're going to watch GT Thomas.
Don't you
Hey,
Yeah,
there
here
we are
Here
again.
we are again.
That was a great video by GT Thomas.
Thank you, GT Thomas.
GT Thomas, thank you.
Hey.
You are awesome. Really,
Like I said,
we loved
also a regular at Dutch Modular Fest and various other performance spaces in the Netherlands. And it's her husband's birthday today. Happy birthday,
it.
Berend.
Happy birthday, Berend. And she's also in the chat, I see on
Yeah.
the on YouTube. So that's nice to see. There's also a lot of usual suspects, if I may call them.
Yeah.
I want to say hi to Mandy. Hi, Mandy.
I haven't
of
seen the
course,
stream nerds yet. Have we seen the stream nerds yet? The guys from the Discord server, from Colin Bender's Discord server?
I'm not sure.
They
Not
will.
sure.
They will pop out at some point, I think.
Bauke is here.
Bauke is there.
Bauke
yeah.
is the, yeah, Bauke and
Ben.
lots of people. There's a lot of love, so that's we're
Very
doing a
good.
good thing, I think.
Slight recap of what we've been doing, and I have to sneeze
That was a COVID
on camera.
on
Wow.
camera. Well, that's why we do this 1.5 meter distance
True,
thing, and I'm
true,
sitting
true.
here on this nice couch.
So a slight recap of what we've been seeing this afternoon. We started out with Dirge from Turkey with a beautiful set on MIDI mallet instrument and modular
Yeah,
gear around that.
I
And
love
some-
that the analog things in it, and
Yeah.
and the bells and stuff. It's great. I love
Yeah.
it. It's really great start.
Yeah, it's a really
She's also really nice.
yes, she's a lovely person, and I like the atmosphere she created with the music.
Yeah. So
We went on with the
the Majella audio guys.
kick-ass in Plexus synth. I
Yeah.
really am stoked about that machine. It
Yeah.
sounded so good.
And it survived the
It survived
the water, the
we
water
had an
thing, the
accident
water
with
ballet.
with a glass of water that fell over.
yeah. There wasn't a
And,
back on it, huh? There was.
It was. I think it was open on the
Yeah,
back.
it was
so
open on the
so
back side.
So I think they were freaking out a little bit.
Yeah. I hope they didn't.
As far as I know, everything's okay because
Yeah.
the demonstrations went on perfectly after that.
Yeah, great sounds and great
Yep.
guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
Young
And,
talents.
Erwin from Pocket Knife Army did the sound demo, and it is in his normal professional way.
Oh right, okay.
Then we had Mieke van Dam on the theremin, the 100-year-old instrument.
Which it was yesterday was the birthday of the inventor.
Yes.
100 years old.
How on earth did we plan that so good? I don't know.
Well, we are steps ahead about those things, you know.
yeah,
It's in us.
yeah.
That's why we do this.
Yeah.
That's why we do this so well. Enough.
The Joranalogue, it's extensive system with him, which looks just so absolutely OCD perfect.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
It's
And sound-wise also, and I think the if I may call it the big modulating thing, I was running around
Yeah.
doing stuff, so I couldn't follow the
So aside
stream.
from the modules that we know from him already, he presented a 4 HP wavefolder, which
yeah, right,
sounded
yeah, that was
amazing. It
amazing
has the
thing,
right
yeah.
CV because everything's CV controllable with Joran
Mhm.
always. And the other thing was also quite spectacular. You know, when you first look at it, you think it's a mixing 4-channel VCA, but it does crossfading.
Yeah.
It does wave shaping if you turn it into
Yeah.
audio rate, and it does like this scanning mixer thing where you can control the curve, how the curve with which it scans and stuff. It's
Yeah, it was
I would love to dive into that. It's
sort
a
of
really
a matrix
capable
as well,
thing.
right? Or had a
It
look
has
of a
several several different kind of
Cool.
mix outputs. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was looking really fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I also really looked like the looks of his modules, and like the
Yeah, it's really
blue and red LEDs, the consistency in
Yeah.
all his designs. That's
yeah,
amazing.
he's very
I
strict in
said,
that. If you
it's-
see the
it's-
whole system, then you see that all the jacks are nicely
Yeah.
on one.
OCD approved, absolutely. It makes my mind at peace.
And then for now my highlight was
Cengiz.
Cengiz.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
was I had goosebumps. I
Did
was
I-
filming it
yeah.
and I had goosebumps. It was so
The way he combines these age-old instruments with the modern world is something else.
and then the modern modular world was also very the most high end.
Because he had
Like
just about only digital modules in the system.
teletype
Yeah,
and
teletype, no, the
orthogonal
ER301,
devices 301,
yeah.
which I'm also very fan of course.
Yeah.
It was the combination was amazing. I really loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he should get more possibilities to play out. If you're out there
guy.
And you organize modular events, check out Cengiz Arslanpay.
You have to.
It's just something else.
Okay, modular event organizers. If we still do this thing in real time or in real life, go book him. He's amazing.
Of course, this goes for all artists that are playing today.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Right, and then we had some videos.
Yeah, we had a presentation by Threetom, Steve MS22 filter.
I can repeat what I said earlier.
Yeah,
I love that filter.
Yeah,
and I love Tom. He's a great guy. He's very
he was very nice to talk to as well, and I really like this idea. As I said in the interview that I had later with him earlier, with him is that there are so many manufacturers out there that actually really don't care about selling modules. It's an afterthought that you have to sell modules. They just like designing, and that to me is essential to the Eurorack world.
Yeah.
Is where, and of course, there is also a place for companies who may go about their business very professionally and are in this game to make a living.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's very nice that there's also these people who really, they don't have to depend on it for their livelihood because they have another job.
Mm-hmm.
And they come up with designs that you couldn't come up with if you had to do this professionally, because you have to think, will what I make sell?
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, I'm sure something great, something weird will come out.
Well, one of those guys is coming up next in the video, I think.
True that.
Because we are very honored, and well, if we would have been able to do this festival in real life,
he would actually have come.
He would be here.
Yeah.
Which is Paul Schreiber from Synthesis Technology.
The one and only.
The one and only. He's like a sort of a legend. And
I think he's a legend. Absolutely.
He's a legend. Yeah. And you never see him on these events. And
no,
things.
sadly no.
So
but he was really planning to come out, and he promised that if we do this next year, he's coming out to Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He will be here, and we are going to do this festival when it's when we are allowed to.
When possible, we will be back in TAC, in TAC Temporary Arts Center in Eindhoven, where we are now. We will be back here next year if possible. Hopefully we'll also have the great support of people like Floris and Martijn, who are running the tech side of things here for TAC, like providing us with the proper lighting and
makeup.
If we have a crazy question, we want a cloth on the table, they go around the building and find a piece of cloth.
Actually, you said, do you have a parrot? And then they said, yes, we have a parrot and a horse.
Yeah.
So now we have a parrot and a
horse.
So
maybe we can. Yeah, can we get a close on those? I don't know.
No,
the parrot also has a name already. It's called Kokkel.
Kokkel, yeah. There's somebody's.
There's a story to that.
Yeah, there's somebody here inside who's vaping, and he's vaping kokkels, and kokkels.
Not
I think
me.
It's a Dutch word. It's a Dutch word.
It's clams, right?
Yeah. Clam. So he's vaping clams.
So the parrot is called Kokkel now.
Yeah. Actually, he wasn't smoking kokkels. He was smoking kokels, but we couldn't understand him. No. Actually,
great story.
Right. Yeah, I think we have to we have to go to the video.
I think let's go and watch Paul. We first will see an interview with Paul that I recorded earlier with him from my studio in Utrecht, and then we have a demo video.
Yeah, one thing I want to also tell the people to stay tuned, because we also have some really nice acts following up and great presentations. We have Max and Kyra Frimout coming up next.
ReBach
with a harp and a modular. We got ReBach.
Mikely Birds,
and we've got Resister.
Gijs Gieskes.
Yeah, he's in the house. And then we also have a video from Gertz.
And videos from JacqNoise Magnetrixx from ACL.
Yeah.
We have
Gertz, also one of these guys that
Gertz, he was going to be here as well.
People.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, then we finish off with Margolf, and the last performance of the night will be LudoWic. Yeah. That's all still to come on Dutch Modular Fest Stream Day 2020.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, definitely. Don't change the channel. That's a really old speak, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I would say
time for the video.
Roll the video.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Paul Schreiber of Synthesis Technology, and I want to thank the organizers of the Dutch Modular Fest to invite me to talk about my latest Eurorack product, the E520 Hyperion, which is a stereo effects processor. This is just now being shipped to my Kickstarter backers. I had a pre-order, a Kickstarter, and a post-Kickstarter ordering time. It'll be in the dealers in November. So let's talk about exactly what it is. Here's a little photo. It's a 480 megahertz ARM DSP processor-based computer. It's a digital module. It has 64 megabytes of synchronous DRAM on board, plus what the 2 megabytes of RAM inside the part, which we use sometimes when we don't need really long effects. It uses a Crystal 4270 high-end Pro Audio codec. It ships currently with 25 algorithms. These are all in stereo. Plus, we have a chaining mode where you can take mono versions and chain them end to end to make a stereo. They're divided into 3 categories. We have your standard time-based algorithms like delays, phasers, flangers, things like that. We have a new category we call spectral. So these are based on a fast Fourier transform, which I'll talk about in a second. These operate in the frequency domain. So we take the spectrum of the input audio, divide it up into little sections of 45 hertz apiece, and then we use algorithms to act on the spectra of the signal. We also have a little fun utility page. This has things like oscilloscopes, Lissajous figures, a tuner, VU meters, things like that to let you measure audio. Now, it doesn't act on the algorithm output. The algorithm is disabled. It strictly is a measurement tool. It'll be in the stores, like I mentioned, in November. This is what I'm guessing. It all depends on when I get my last shipment of parts from China, which I ordered in March. They're due on September the 10th, but if they're delayed any past, say, the end of September, this date may push out more towards December. So it all depends when I get my parts. It has a suggested retail of $659 US. Now, I know most of you will be in Europe who are seeing this, and I do not set European dealer prices like from Schneider's and places like that. It's strictly up to them. So I can't tell you what your price will be in euros. I can just tell you in America, it's $659. It's 48 HP wide. It's only about 33 millimeters deep with the power cable on, so it's pretty skiff friendly. And because it uses a modern processor and not an overpowered processor like in some effects modules that use dual core ARMs that run at 1.2 gigahertz, it only consumes 200 milliamps off of your plus 12 rail, and half of that is for the LCD backlight. So it really is very energy efficient, and for the power that you get, which is 8 CV inputs, full stereo, it's actually in a fairly small package. So I want to talk about the 2 different kinds of algorithms and give you some audio examples to listen to. The first is time-based algorithms. A lot of people just lump that with delay kinds of algorithms. And we have approximately 15 different kinds of these algorithms. Everything from the lexicon prime time delay, which was a very unique 2-stage delay with long delays, electroharmonics 16-second and 64-second pedals you may be familiar with. Then you have things like the Mutron biphase pedal, and we have flangers and things like that that are all based on taking the input sample from the audio left and right through our stereo codec and filling up these buffers. I mentioned before we have 2 buffers to pick from for things that need short delays, and in our case, things say under 2 seconds. we use the internal memory inside the DSP. But if it takes more than 2 seconds, we want to go outside to our 64 meg. We're at our full sample rate, which is 48 kilohertz in stereo. We can get around 6.5 to 7 minutes of full samples. So like we have a very elaborate looper algorithm that has tape degradation features in it, some compressors built in, things like that. And we can sit there and loop in stereo for 6.5 minutes. These algorithms have 4 CV inputs we call parameters. Based on the algorithm, it decides what these 4 knobs and 4 CV inputs do. And then we have fixed always, no matter if it's in spectral or time, independent, voltage-controlled left and right feedback and left and right wet-dry mixing. So all of these things are available. So let's listen to some audio examples of some time and delay algorithms in the E520. I'd like to thank Ben DivKid Wilson for the following audio and video demos that I used. This is an edited version of his E520 Hyperion demo that was posted on my website. You can also go to YouTube and find other videos for the E520 Hyperion in the prototype version, and also other videos of many other Eurorack modules. So be sure to check out DivKid's content on these various social media platforms. And again, thanks Ben for doing these audio demos for me.
So hello and welcome to this first look, first patches, first video with the final version of the E520 Hyperion effects processor from Synthesis Technology.
We step out of our solar system.
So here's my input, a simple snare sound, and with the pattern delay, let's take it off bypass. We have left and right patterns, tons of control, a secondary pattern which you can see underneath those left and right patterns, which we can change the density of, and then fade across to. So it's quite nice to have less dense patterns and different patterns on the left and right, and a denser secondary pattern. So here's quite a minimal melody with lots of space between the notes, scattered around really nicely with the pattern delay. There's some drums and just some fading bass in the background. I'll remove those for now. So this is a fun patch where I'm treating the E520 as this whole kind of West Coast boucle surge-esque playground of harmonics. Now there's a kick pinning down this patch, which I'll let you listen to. And then in the left and right sides are 2 low-pass gates taking the stereo output hard left and right for each side of the E520 into those 2 low-pass gates struck by a divide 3 and a divide 5, so they're playing off of each other in stereo. There's also some LFOs modulating these low-pass gates, and you can see from the graphics on screen, feedback's being modulated, the morph of the wave is being modulated, and the left-right phase is being modulated by further free-running LFOs. And I'm sequencing the carrier here, and I'm using the ring mod mode in the frequency shifter mode. All that's coming into the E520 is a droning triangle wave. So here's an absolutely beautiful example of how the E520 can sound. This is a flanger algorithm, the defused flanger. Flanger. And it's certainly not like any other flanger that I've used before. It's more like this lovely reverberant, echoing diffused wash. I'll play around with some settings. Of course, I'll bypass it so you can hear the dry sound. It's a kind of rich FM additive-like sound that's already quite modulated before it comes in. So I'll hit bypass, and then we'll play around and just immerse ourselves in this diffused flanging. So here's a simple but slightly wonky beat with some off gate delayed timing between the hi-hat, snare and kick. The E520 is in the chowder delay. This is bypassed, and when I turn it on, we'll hear some swells, glitches and stutters kind of spattering around this beat. I'll go fully wet so that's really obvious as to what's going on. And going for some dry wet blend. We can play around with division of these chops, probabilities. Let's try some feedback. So here's the phaser on a chord drone that has some added noise on top of it. If I bypass the E520, you can hear all of this. It's going into some reverb as well, and this is the dry sound. Now with a single stage of phasing, it's almost like a nice soft tremolo in stereo, and the way that kind of spreads across the stereo field is affected by the phase of the LFO. You can hear both sides are now moving together. We can emphasize that with the all pass mode. Shift that back out in stereo. And back to the phaser. And that's just a look at some of the first patches I've made from putting the final release version of the E520 in my case.
So now let's talk about the spectral effects in the E520. And what do we mean by a spectral effect versus a time effect? The spectral effect is doing an analysis roughly every 2.5 milliseconds of what is the frequency content of the audio. The FFT is the algorithm that we use to do this. It's very math and computing intensive. When we run the spectral effects, we use about 80% of the DSP available bandwidth. We can't get higher than that because we have to run things like the sample rate and the UI interface. That's as high as we're going to go, is 80% of 480 megahertz bandwidth. We divide the frequency range into 512 equally spaced what we call a bin, and a bin is roughly 45 hertz wide. So every 2.5 milliseconds, we basically take a snapshot of the input audio, run the analysis, figure out what is the frequency amplitude, so it's like the reverse of a graphic equalizer, okay? So we run it in there and think of the knobs on a graphic equalizer. They all pop up what the amplitude of each frequency is and what the phase of each frequency is. Then we put this into a buffer. We will run a separate algorithm that can change the content and output it through the codec. Now you can tell this has to be what we call pipelined to go in real time. And you would be correct. We have to fill the buffer up, run the FFT, run the algorithm, and then output the buffer. The whole time more audio is coming in, and we're constantly filling up these buffers. So everything is time aligned. When you hear it, it's going to be aligned, but there's going to be a delay of 2.5 milliseconds. So 5 milliseconds is the delay through from when you start the audio coming in till the audio comes out. And we've decided that is a little bit inaudible. Some people may complain, but so far everyone seems to like it. You should give it a try. The trade-off of doing this is that 2.5 millisecond delay and all the pipelining you have to do. There's a lot of plugins that do spectral effects. Most notably, the Norris plugins from 10 years ago on the Mac were all spectral FFTs. He had 2048 frequency bins because everything was not in real time. But this is real time. So if you're familiar with the Norris plugins, you're already familiar with the kind of things the Hyperion can do, but in real time and under voltage control. So let's hear some examples.
So here's a rather noisy loop of speech, and this is coming in completely dry at the moment. This is bypassed. I'll unbypass this into the spectral time machine where I'm recording and overdubbing live, repitch and retime this voice. Let's have a play around.
Of the planet Earth, I send greetings on behalf of the people of our planet. We step out.
We step out of our solar system into the universe,
seeking only peace and friendship,
to teach if we are called upon, to be taught if we are fortunate, seeking only peace. We know full well that our planet and all its inhabitants are but a small part of this immense universe that surrounds us.
And it is with humility and hope that an organization of 147 member states who represent almost all of the human inhabitants of the planet Earth, I send greetings on behalf of the people of our planet. We step out of our solar system.
So I hope you've learned a little bit about what the E520 Hyperion can do. If you want to see more videos with, I think there's 47 at this time, audio demos, please go to my website, www.synthtech.com, and check out the Hyperion pages and all my other products. You may have heard of me, E350 Morphine Terrarium, perhaps. If you're on Facebook, there's a group called the Dutch Modular Facebook group. You can join that. You have to send me a join request. There we have weekly updates about the E520 and other products as well. If you're on Instagram, I'm under synthesis_technology. There's also another group just for the Hyperion called the E520 Hyperion. So if you want to tag to get updates on that, I don't post on Instagram all that much, but I do post occasionally. And lastly, if you're familiar with Patreon, which is a subscription by month where you can get lessons and tutorials, patreon.com, synthesis_technology is where I have a Patreon set up to do electrical engineering tutorials where you can learn about basic electronics in one set or advanced topics in another set. So I encourage you to find me wherever you want to. And again, thanks so much to the Dutch Modular Fest. My wife and I really wanted to come, and we even have our plane tickets booked, and we had to decide not to come. So good luck to everybody, and hope to see you soon.
Very glad to have you at Dutch Modular Fest this year. How have you been?
I've been great. I was looking forward to come. Like I said at the end of my video, my wife and I had bought airplane tickets and were ready to come, and then the COVID hit.
Yep.
And so instead, we're going to go on a trip. We're going to try to go on a trip in October to see the turning of the leaf colors in the United States. Is a big thing, but not where I live. We have no trees here, so we have to
be in the forest.
About 600 kilometers to go see the.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that sounds good. So, Paul, can you tell me a little bit? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I know that you were an engineer for Tandy at some point. You started the whole Module of the Month club earlier on. There's a lot of history with you, as far as I know.
Right. There's a lot of history. I started my career actually in chemistry. I had no interest in electronics at all, but when I started going to college, they told me in the United States, at least, you had to have a PhD just to get an entry-level job making shampoo. Okay. And I have two younger sisters, and my family couldn't pay for me to go all the way through college, and my sisters. So my mom actually said, "You like to listen to your stereo, you should be an electrical engineer."
That's good advice.
That's good advice. And so they put me in electrical engineering. I wasn't good at math. I struggled, and in order to help pay for it, I took a job as now we call it an internship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But back then it was called a co-op. Internship implies they don't pay you, but I was paid.
Like an apprentice kind of thing.
Right, like an apprentice. I was paid at the equivalent right now of €2 an hour.
Oops.
Okay, so not very much, but it was at Tandy.
Right. Which was at the time was a really big company, right?
It was this was 1977. So this was before the computers.
Right.
You forget
the whole TRS-80
I'm
thing
65
started.
years old, right? So I'm kind of old. But it's before the TRS-80. So I actually built video games, like the old Pong, the Pong games.
Yeah.
And then I went back to school. And then when I came back is when the TRS-80 was about to launch. And I actually got a job repairing in the factory TRS-80 computers off the assembly line.
Wow.
And so that really helped me in college. And it took me 5 years to graduate. But once I started interviewing for jobs, they found out I worked at Tandy doing the computer work, even though it was technician work. I mean, I didn't design much of anything.
Mm-hmm.
I had like 15 job offers.
Wow.
Even though I was in the middle of my graduating class, I had more job offers than anybody in my graduating class because of my co-op work. And so I started working for computer companies. Then I worked at Tandy off and on for about 9 years. I've actually had 13 different jobs. So if you're looking at me for career advice, go somewhere else. And that's partly because of where I live here in the Dallas, Texas area. All the jobs slowly started going away, and only that's left is military jobs here.
Right, because the whole tech industry moved to California?
It moved to California.
Yeah.
Right, or Oregon, on the West Coast. It all moved to the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
I started doing the synthesizer stuff because I wanted to buy a good stereo. I never had a really nice stereo. I didn't want a super expensive stereo, but I wanted a pretty good stereo. And so I had a $15,000 budget for my stereo.
That's enough, I'd say.
Well, yeah. Well, the store I would go to, if you walked in, you said, I had $15,000, they'd go,
really?
Yeah. They averaged $50,000. Okay.
Oh, boy.
But I started MOTM to sell kits. And I told my wife, give me 3 years. And all I want to do is have enough to buy a stereo, and I'll probably do it. Okay. but MOTM lasted just about for 10 years.
Yep.
I wound up selling around 12,000 modules.
It's quite a lot.
Right. That's twice as much as Moog ever sold. So in terms
of... Twice as much as who sold?
Moog.
Right. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, there's like twice as much MOTM systems out there as there are Moog systems.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But who's famous and who's not? So what can I say?
Well, yeah, and you know, you're pretty much. I was going to say you're pretty much known as a guru by now in the whole modular synth world. I'd say. I mean, if you want technological advice, you're like one of the top 10 people in the world to go to. I'd say.
Right. I like to talk. So, but what happened in the U.S. is in 2007, 2008, we had an economic recession, and all my business dried off. I got laid off from my job. I got laid off 2 times in 2 years from my jobs. And so I sold that business to a U.S. company called SynthCube.
Yeah, they're still doing the DIY kits, right?
Right. And so he has the MOTM intellectual property.
Okay.
And so I put that aside for about 3 years, and then I decided that I was bored and I needed something else to do. So that's when I started doing Eurorack modules. Right. So I entered Eurorack on Valentine's Day on 2009 with the E340 cloud generator.
Right. Yeah,
and
I have that one.
And that was my first module. Yeah. And it was always a hobby. I was always trying to have a real job while doing this in the background. Mm-hmm. And it's been true up until 4 years ago when I turned 60. And in the United States, you're unemployable once you hit about 55.
Right.
So no one will hire me. No one will I won't even get interviews anymore. I'm just too old. And so I've been doing the Eurorack full time.
Yeah, because you can be your own business, of course, even when you're 70, when you're 80, if you want.
That's right.
That's the good thing about being your own boss, I guess.
As long as your wife will put up with you. Yeah. And that's why I'm in this garage away from the house, okay?
With your pinball machines.
With my pinball machines.
Amazing.
So the problem with doing it as a hobby is I always could stop doing it if I got bored or tired or something. You know, I could say, I don't want to take 2 weeks off. I'm just going to play my pinball games or something. But now it's a full time. So I work 6 days a week. I work about 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. And I was worried when COVID hit that the business would really go down, but because everyone's stuck at home.
And they need their modules.
And they're bored, like everybody else is bored. I've been really lucky in the sense that I haven't seen a downturn, in my business.
I hear this from a lot of more manufacturers, actually, also in the software business. Actually, they're doing really well, even though there's no gigs. I mean, I have the feeling maybe there's a downturn coming at some point when, like this, if it stays impossible to do music live, maybe. But yeah,
right. And I'm sure that's severely impacting, the live music scene. But to address Eurorack specifically, most people in Eurorack, I think this is a fair statement, they don't depend on using Eurorack for their income.
Sure. Okay.
It's a hobby for them too, just like it used to be a hobby for me, it's a hobby for them. And so they can walk away, they can trade modules, they don't, if something breaks, it doesn't like, well, I can't perform tonight, I know my oscillator broke.
Yeah.
And so it's a whole different kind of a market. So that's what I'm doing now full time.
Excellent.
Nothing but
we're already almost hitting the 10-minute mark, so I'll have to edit a little bit anyway. To close off the little interview that we have here, just a little hint about what we're going to see in your video. Right.
So I've always been interested in the Eventide harmonizer product.
Likewise.
And I actually tried to build a clone of one in 1980.
That's early.
Without any schematics, just listening to one and trying to figure out what it did. And it kind of worked. But I've always been interested in that. I have not been interested in reverb So like the lexicon side of the effects is not of any interest to me. I think if you want reverb, just go in a church, all right? But the Eventide side was very interesting to me. And so I have a new product called the E520 Hyperion, which is my version of a voltage-controlled Eurorack format Eventide DSP 7000 with more stuff in it. And what I've been able to do with the modern processors that Eventide didn't have back in the 80s and 90s was to have spectral effects. So if you're familiar with the Michael Norris plugins on the Macintosh, or Paul Stretch is another famous.
I'm using GRM tools with which have a lot of that
GRM stuff. Tools, okay. All of those, they use your processor, your 16 gigs of memory, but there's no voltage controlled, and most of them are offline. In other words, you have a WAV file, you give it the WAV file, and the result comes out. All right. So the E520 Hyperion is real-time spectral processing.
Awesome.
Okay. Audio comes in real time, audio comes out, and you have 8 control voltages to modulate your effects. So we do both spectral and time-based effects in the Hyperion. And it was a Kickstarter last year. I'm still shipping the Kickstarter modules. It's just me. You can see my staff behind me, my large staff behind me.
That's it.
And so the Hyperion will be available in Europe, in stores like Schneider's Lawton and places like that. Signal Sounds in the UK, for example.
Cool.
Probably in the November timeframe.
I will probably have to get one.
Yes, you will.
Okay, Paul, thank you very much. Let's close it off here, and we're going to see your video right now. I'm looking forward to that.
Thanks again, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person. Invite me, and I'll come next year.
Hopefully, yeah. We will invite you, absolutely.
All right, see you then.
All right. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
The great Paul T. Schreiber of Synthesis Technology. And hopefully he'll be here next year. Okay, so at the time we're running a bit ahead of schedule, and we have found a solution for that, which is we're going to take a break, in which we will have some great vegan food prepared by our co-conspirator Jurgen Winkel, also known as Sonic Rider, and we'll have a beautiful still life picture for you to enjoy, and we will probably have a beer, in my case an alcohol-free beer. We also have a little bit of a soundtrack with that. So we will be back at 1800 exactly, and I hope you don't mind, but we have to take a little bit of a break to get back on schedule. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned, or take a toilet break, whatever. See you in about 15 minutes. Cheers. And you're back in the room. We gaan door. We are going on with Max and Kyra Frimout. Not sure if I say that correctly. Brother and sister, harp and modular. Thank you for being here, and let's hear you. Max and Kyra Frimout. Little interview. There you go.
Hi.
So that was mesmerizing, as they say. Wonderful atmospheres and a very classical way of working, actually, a question and answer game between the harp and the modular. I'm guessing what's happening was Kyra plays a part, you put that into the morphogene, and then magic happens.
Quite right. Yeah, exactly.
Tell us a little bit more about it.
So I've got a little patch here, which started during our creation of an family album we made together with our mom.
How lovely!
Yeah.
Where can we find that?
It's on Spotify and Apple Music.
Check this out. Max, Kyra, and
Inge Frimout.
Inge Frimout. Yeah. Wow.
And we did all kinds of stuff with processing vocals and harp, and then I compiled like a couple of pieces out of that, and ta-da!
Cool.
And this is one of the patches of which most of the ambiences in the album were created. Together with what you heard in the beginning was something I performed yesterday. So there's kind of like two patches in this little box here at the moment. Yeah.
It's amazing. So your background, are you a conservatory student of harp?
Yes, so I go to the Royal Conservatory in The Hague.
Quite prestigious, I'd say.
Yeah, and I'm going to my second year now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's stunning, as I said.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and I think we will hear more from you in the future.
Yeah.
And so Spotify, Max, Kyra, and Inge Frimout, and again, modular event organizers, take note. Okay, up next is we go back to the couch. Let me take that microphone from you. Thank you very much. And because our next modular manufacturer has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big welcome to René Ubachs. Hello, René. We have a microphone for you here as well. Is it on? It is now.
Hello.
René, like Joran earlier today, you start in this business as a vintage synth repair person, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Can you hold the microphone a little bit closer?
A little bit closer.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. I start my business with vintage synth repair, restoration, and service, and that's also the way I go to build my own synths, and now the Eurorack modules. Yeah.
Am I still there? It seems that my microphone has gone quiet. Yeah. Hey. Okay. So yeah. While Bart is setting up the overhead camera, who else? We have before us a little box full of ReBach, because that is your brand, ReBach, right?
ReBach is the brand, yeah. And there's a few modules we create, not all. But the most important, I guess, I put in the box for today.
And what is the ideas that you have behind making these modules? Is there something special that you wanted to do?
Not really special. Of course, a nice sounding module to create, and not too expensive. So nice modules. The modules are from the GR series, are in basic very old designs from me, maybe 20 years old.
Oh, wow.
And the catch range is now I guess 2 years. And
both are still available?
The both still available.
Okay.
The GR series out of production, but still stock.
Some stock. Get there fast, ladies and
yeah.
So what do we have here? I saw on the site we have a little clip of a VCO with some interesting functionality. Can you tell a little bit about that?
I guess it is the GR series VCO. It's a basic VCO, a softcore VCO, but there is a sort of divider placed behind the core. So you can the core wave split in 4 sections.
Does it kind of work like a sub-oscillator?
It's like a sub-oscillator.
Right. Yeah.
Normally a sub-oscillator is one waveform, so you can adjust the amplitude of the waveform. In this case, you can divide the basic waveform in 4 steps. So you can also make a very simple 4-step sequencer or something.
Oh.
So
out of a VCO?
Out of a VCO,
That is cute, of course.
It's nice for modulation effects, for a VCF, for example. It's very nice. You can create very deep and nice sounds with this.
Sweet. So what else do we have here? We have a VCF in the older series and a mixer.
Yes, VCF and mixer. The mixer is built for set behind the VCO, so you can mix the different waveforms together and then feed into the filter. Because every waveform has its own output, so a mixer is handy to use.
Yes, of course. And then we have the Catch series, which is the newer developments. I see a VCO, a filter, an envelope, and a VCA.
Correct.
I really like the white creamy knobs.
Yeah, and especially in the black version, it's a nice contrast to the.
Because they also come in blue, I think, right?
Yes, we start with them in blue
by popular demand.
Yeah, and now the most modules are the most important modules are available in black. So not all, maybe later.
Because you have more available than what's in here.
Yeah. You have also a LFO, a noise module, a multiplier.
These are basically the basic building blocks of an old school modular synthesizer, right?
Exact. Yeah.
And is it? Did you just want to do that, or did you throw in some special spice somewhere that makes it your own character?
Yeah, of course the designs are very basic, but we use some other type of components or circuit designs, so you can give it that extra, a little bit extra in sound, in bytes.
I think maybe we should hear a little bit, right?
When we have an connector cable.
We still need a cable?
Yeah.
What do we have here? Here we go. Oh, Kokkel.
Yeah.
Is it mono or stereo?
Mono.
Mono alarm.
So this is going to be one channel only. It's the first mono gig we have here today. Do you have signal, Menno? There we go. So what are we hearing now?
These are 2 VCOs, a VCF, and of course.
So it's the Catch series that we're
the
hearing.
Catch series, yeah. 2 VCOs, a little bit detuned now, a very long release time.
Classic Moog kind of sound, really.
Yeah.
So we have a triangle wave output, a square wave output, and a sawtooth output. That's really the classic design.
Classic design, very classic. Nice for the beginner, but also for the user who's looking for additional modules, not too expensive, but a nice and great sound.
You say not too expensive, so what prices are we looking at for these modules?
95 euros for the sound modules.
95 euros for the VCO?
VCO, yes.
That's a good price.
Yeah. I think also,
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not the cheapest, but if you look to...
There's only one guy in this world who can be the cheapest. You know, we all know who that is, and you know, that's his game.
Okay.
We don't play that game.
Also my vision, but for a module like this, with this
95
nice
euros
sound,
is
the
a
price
very
is
good
okay.
price. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the same goes for the filter?
Filter also, if, ADSR 75 and 65 euros for the VCA.
Those are very good prices. So kind of comparable to the Dreadbox system.
And notice the VCA is double. So
it's 2 VCAs.
2 VCAs, yeah.
That's a good price point, I'd say. And I really like the sound of them. Can you play a little bit more? Playing with the filter self-oscillate? Let's check.
Yeah, you need to be careful.
Of course. Oh, Menno, take care of the sound. I like the character on that. So, yeah, some people will say, yeah, well, those are very basic modules and they're already available. But like I said, the sound is there, and the price is very, very good, I'd say. I am struggling to find more questions, though. Maybe you can have a little look at the chat to see if there's questions over there. But I have to open the whole thing again. Okay, let me see. No questions in the chat at the moment, I think. Too bad. Because we do have some time to fill still. Let's look at the older modules then, maybe. I really like that idea of the oscillator. But the filters also, again, there's...
OTA-based, really standard filter.
Okay.
Yes.
Kind of Moog style, Roland style filter.
Yeah.
Well, this sounds much more like a Moog style filter.
Yeah,
is it a ladder filter?
The design is a little bit like ASH 101 filter in style.
Right. Okay.
So you can also hear it a little bit. It's the typical Roland style sound.
Yeah. I was thinking Moog at some point, but no, it's more Roland style indeed.
Yeah, maybe in between two
of
them. You can hear both of them depending on the settings.
Of course.
Yeah.
Bart, I'm just about done here because I really don't know if I can. I mean, it's simple. It's simple designs.
Yeah.
Very effective and very well priced. So I think we're.
I have a question.
Bart has a question.
Are there any plans for in the future for other modules and
that's
I don't
a
know,
very good
world domination, etc.?
At the moment, a new module is in development. Very special, never seen before.
Can you
maybe a little bit, but not too much. A kind of quantizer, but different.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Module can measure CV voltages and can divide that in different voltages, and you can't set them. And in addition, because it is microcontroller based, that module, I add also a little sequencer into it. Very simple.
So a sequencer and a quantizer in one module.
In one module, yeah.
And how many HP?
Not clear at the moment. The PCB designs are now starting. So depending on how much room I have for knobs and etc.
Okay, but it's not Sinfonio style HP. which is
No.
huge.
No. I try to keep it small.
Cool. Nice.
And, is it going to be in the kind of same price range as the other modules? Will it be a little bit more?
Yeah. Of course, not for 95 euros
No.
because a lot of knobs on that. But
And
I
knobs
hope
cost money, as we
to
all
keep
know.
it below 200 euros.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you say you're in development now. Do you have a timeline for when you would want to release that?
I hope September, end September. Yeah, maybe end September. Yeah.
Okay. We do have a question in the chat now. There's at random in the YouTube chat asks, can you tell something about starting a company like this? He says he wants to start next to having a regular job. Would you have any tips for him?
Of course, a good plan, and so what go you do? For me, it's maybe a little bit different. I came from the music industry 20, 30 years ago. During that period, I buy a lot of classic synths, and I start to maintain them by myself. I'm also electronics educated guy, so for me no problem to maintain that gear. Also, when I was young, began 80s, I built my first synthesizer, and later the idea came back to go build a new synth. So I started designs 20 years ago, but never made it to a real synth. And a couple of years ago, I think it's nice to try it again and split the synthesizer, so the different parts, VCO, VCF, ADSR.
So those are the designs you were going to use for all-in-one synth, and you took the loose parts of them. And
for the GR series.
Right.
Okay. So I took them apart and put them in Eurorack style modules. So
if we go about the question is about starting, did you need to get financing to start, or
a little bit? Yeah, of course. And how you go to manufacture the items by yourself, or this is manufactured in Europe. Only the PCBs from China.
Right.
And the rest is SMT, all is in Europe. I like that, to keep that close by home.
I think that's a good idea. So you found electronics company that could populate the boards, and do you do final assembly yourself?
Knobs and so so to place the front on the PCB. Sometimes for large batches I outsource that to another company.
Basically, you call some students from Eindhoven Technical University and say, "Come on, build some modules." That's it. Okay. So so those are some tips about starting up in a Eurorack company. I'm sure there's a lot more to go on about that, and maybe we can ask the same question to some other manufacturers here later. Other than that, Bart, you still have more questions?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay. I think it would be time to close this off, or maybe you can play a little bit more, so we can hear a little bit more of the system.
Yeah, of course.
And then we will go on to the next performer.
Okay.
Is there a sync input on the oscillators?
No sync.
Damn.
Maybe
Because
in future.
that would sound so good with sync.
Yeah. The oscillators are really frequency stable.
That's
And
I noticed. Yeah.
You can hear it. It's 2 oscillators, and you can create a sync-like sound due to stability of the.
Right.
For example,
play
this.
some more.
For example, this is one of 2 oscillators. Now I close one. Can hear.
Get into the territory there slightly. Yeah. Okay. How are we doing for Yongason? For Mikely Beer Birds, I have to say. We need to take a little bit more of a break. Okay. Sorry, people. We're not ready for the next act yet. So we're going back to a little break, which means I have to start up some sounds again. First, I want to thank René over here for showing us his lovely modules. And again, basic stuff, but really good sounding and really well priced. Available now, of course. From the regular suppliers, I assume.
Regular modular synthesizers, .nl, for example.
Schneider's.
Sorry?
Schneider's Laden?
Schneider's not.
Okay.
A new company, UK Electronics in Germany. There's also some modules in die format available.
DIY,
VCO,
yeah.
Die,
Okay, that's interesting to some people. Yeah.
VCO and VCF.
Cool.
Yeah, Tonk and
Tonk,
UK.
okay. Excellent.
Soldam. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I also wanted to mention that like you are a vintage synth repairman. You still do that, I know, because I see that on your Facebook. Joran was a synth. You know, we are blessed in this part of the Low Countries has a lot of very good vintage synth repairmen. So there's you, there's Mark in Amsterdam, there's Artefacts in Den Bosch, there's Music House in Utrecht, there's Mike Vilko, I think, in the north of the Netherlands. There's a lot of people repairing vintage synths, and we're very lucky with that in the Netherlands, because that's not everywhere in the world that you have so many people
and it
doing
seems
that.
the market is increasing
I know,
because a lot of work.
All right. Bart even aan. Oh jee. Oh boy.
It's on.
There you go again.
That's your how do you say? Your for if you're getting older, you have to repair your vintage synths.
Yeah,
the money. The word of money, gold.
Yes. Okay. So sadly, we have to take another break. Thank you, René, for being here.
Thank
you. We'll go back to Kokkel for a moment and some space of their own. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Thank you for your patience. Now, time for somebody who I also know as an amazing jazz drummer here in the Netherlands, who I've met at the Artes Music Conservatory in Enschede, who performs. He's buying new modules all the time. I think it's because he was just looking for what he was using most. And I think at the moment he's just about ready with his system in the way that he wants it. We'll talk to him about that later. But first, I want you to enjoy Mike Lee Birds.
That was awesome. All right, Jonga. So, that was great. Thank you. Sorry for the hiccup with the microphone and stuff. So, do we have a mic, please, for Jonga? So we can do a interview, a cross-hearing.
1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Did I switch that off?
Yeah, later on the day.
Yeah. Still very professional.
Yeah. Still very professional.
Good.
Right, so, auf Deutsch? Nee, sorry.
Klar.
So what's the story with all buying and selling modules?
You were buying and selling modules all the time.
Yeah, question time. Why are you buying and selling?
All right. I get the question. Okay. I think most people who are into modular kind of know what this is about. It's called gear acquisition syndrome. Right.
Yeah, correct.
I suppose everybody's had it at one point or another. And in the beginning, you become so enthusiastic, you see all the possibilities, and you make everything possible to get that thing and this thing. And at one point, it became a bit shallow for me. You know, like so many other people, probably. You know, then I don't feel this module. Let's sell it. Let's buy another one. And I got really tired of this. So now
personally, I have another problem. I never sell stuff.
Yeah, you said so, right? I don't know if that's a problem.
Hardly ever.
I think it's actually great.
You know, you have to have the room for it.
I have the room.
But I know, I saw on your Facebook post in the beginning of this year that you made like a promise that you're not going to buy it.
And you keep referring to it every time we meet. Really?
That's really funny because then I saw some post of something that you got and I was like, hey, I thought you weren't buying stuff anymore, but
It's
okay,
true.
let's
But
forget
it's
about
already
it.
gotten better.
Yeah, that's true. I think I think it started now with having your new case, right?
Totally true. I mean, some people wouldn't think that a case is such an important thing, but it is, because it puts the whole thing together and it makes it an instrument.
Especially when you have this amazing amalgamate case here.
Yeah, it's so nice.
That is a work of art, isn't it?
But is this
Absolutely.
everything you have? Like, is it now a complete system for you? Like, this is your instrument now, and it's sort of finished. I can do the stuff with it that I want to do.
You know, saying it's finished in modular is kind
Yeah,
of a
that's
joke all by itself, but
Yeah.
Definitely.
it does have the feeling that this is really something that I'm starting to feel, let's
Yeah.
say. You know, at home I have one more case like this full of stuff, and I want to swap it in and out, but this is, especially the preparation towards this has been so intense that I've really finally gotten to know some of the modules much better,
Yeah.
you know, and actually the stuff I just did, half of it was not what I wanted to do because things just
That
didn't.
sounds familiar.
Yeah, things just didn't work. I turned a knob and nothing changed, and I pushed a button and no sound came out of it.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We all
Absolutely.
know what this is about, but I love this actually. Problem solving on the spot, having to
Also
understand.
living in the moment.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I can remember the first time that you played out with your modular, which was in the cellar of Paradiso with on Voltage Control Amsterdam.
No,
and
that was my third time playing out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you
Oh,
go.
I thought it was the first time. But then you also incorporate, because Allert already mentioned, you're also a drummer. You're one of the, well, I think one of the greater drummers here in the Netherlands, playing lots of, may I
Jazz
call it
gigs?
free jazz or
No.
experimental?
I mean, I
experimental?
love improvised music.
Yeah, exactly,
And, you
yeah,
know, not free jazz per se is what people associate with it, but when there are no rules and no boundaries.
Jazz is about improvisation anyway, of course.
It is, of
Yeah.
course, but I mean, jazz is such a wide spectrum
Absolutely,
again. But
absolutely.
just to mention one thing, the reason why I love playing the modular is because it feels to me like I'm playing with a band, and the band is giving me stuff that I can react to, and the band also reacts to what I give it. And this is kind of how it feels, the interaction with this thing, because
That's a cool take on it.
it has a life of its own, but you can influence a lot.
Yeah.
And in the end, I feel like a curator of elements, you know?
Yes.
What is it? How was your step from being a drummer towards you playing like a Eurorack? When did you decide it? You probably missed something. I don't know, with drumming.
No, I was totally fulfilled.
Okay.
But it's a.
But you
real
also, but what I want, my point was, when you played at Voltage Control, you also incorporated drums, like with triggers.
I had a Nord drum.
Yeah, exactly.
This
That
drum
was it,
kit.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
and I'm going to do that more, and I'm actually going to incorporate my acoustic drums with this.
Ah, cool.
But
Sweet.
but even though it's very, you'd think I'm a drummer, I play modular. Of course, I do the two together.
Mhm.
For the almost 3 years that I've been doing this, I have not combined the two. There's
Ah.
something that is resisting somehow. I wanna do this on its own for now. So, but the story about how I got here is really simple, and it's his fault.
It's always my fault.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
actually, it is always Allert's fault. That's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
No, but I was a jazz drummer, and I loved that. You know, I was actually like an acoustic Nazi before. Everything had to be acoustic, electronic stuff. No, man, it has to be real, you know, like a string that vibrates and all this stuff. But then I saw a couple movies like Tron and Drive, and they had these synth wave 80s soundtracks. Where, you know, I loved those sounds and what Daft Punk did for Tron, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. So I bought a whole bunch of regular synths, like what you have at your
Yep.
place,
Yep.
Sonar Traffic.
Yep.
But I'm not a good keyboard player, you know.
Neither
And
am
when you
I.
have synthesizers, you really have to do everything yourself.
We have sequencers for that, man.
Well, I wasn't there at that
Okay.
point, right? Now I'm thinking, oh, I could put this on a. Anyway, and then at the conservatory in Enschede, like you mentioned before, you gave like an introduction, a
I was
presentation.
teaching there for the Artist Conservatory in Enschede has bought a very extensive modular system, which is really great. And I was asked to do an introduction on that system for the teachers teaching there.
Yeah.
And later I also did a couple of workshops for students over there. But Jonga was, I think, at the first workshop I did there.
Yeah, because the guy who invited you, he's a friend of mine. He just messaged me like, hey, this guy is coming. Maybe it's interesting for you. And I thought, oh yeah, sure. Can I be there? Yeah, I'll sneak you in. Okay. So I was sitting in the bag, and I thought I'm not allowed to ask questions. Eventually I did. And you said, you know, buy clouds and do your thing. So I bought clouds and peaks and no
Rings.
pros. And
Rings to clouds.
Rings to clouds.
That came later. Yeah. But so, you know, and when I discovered this, I let go of all of my regular hardware synths, and this works.
And you still have the buying stop, or not?
Of course, Bart, I still do.
Hey, there's a question that came up in the chat. Actually, GT Thomas herself asked, where can she find your work as a jazz drummer? Do you have something online with that, or should she just come and see you live?
Well, she actually...
She's not allowed to, right?
He played, I think it was before everything was locked down, but I saw you playing in Amsterdam North.
That was really nice. I mean, there's some stuff on YouTube, but not on Mike Lee Bird's. It's Yonga's son. They're actually both my real names. But that's another story.
That's
okay.
Okay, we'll dive into that afterwards.
Yeah,
that sounds really interesting.
Yes,
sounds like a couch session.
Absolutely. Maybe we can do an Herren Abend.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and most of the stuff I do at this time is in the Netherlands. So there's a tour coming up in a couple weeks. You know.
Yeah.
With a very exclusive amount
like
of
theater stuff.
No. I just meant not like the Bimhuis in Amsterdam.
Right.
They only have like 65 seats right now. Whereas
of course,
like
all the venues have like
exactly.
Really
so that's what I mean
capacity.
with exclusive.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
Yes,
So you're gonna play the Bimhuis then?
Yeah, and some other places. But
cool.
For the question, right now it's.
So are there any ensembles that we know that you play with?
I play a lot with Corrie van Binsbergen.
Of
She's
course,
a guitar player from Amsterdam, and the tour is with her. And a saxophone player from Utrecht, Ad Kolen. You saw me with him because you were working the same
I had
house.
him under my faders.
Yes. And usually I do bands. I don't really do, like studio jobs. Or I really love to play in bands where you get to know each other and you can forget about stuff more and more and just be in the moment and react. And this is where I want to get with this.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see you combining the two. Absolutely. I understand that you dive into it first and just focus on this, but at some point, I'm guessing you want to do it yourself as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Corrie van Binsbergen, she was so cool. We did a tour like last year, and she said, "Look, I want you to play drums, and I want you to bring this stuff." So I brought this stuff.
The weird stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I had a couple moments where I was, allowed to do something, and there was a nice beginning of this, and it made me kind of proud to be sitting there with my drums.
I think it fits the whole improvisation idea.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Are we going to follow this?
Yes, absolutely.
Follow this thread.
One more thing?
Sure.
Which I noticed in preparation towards this, as a drummer, I've been doing this for so long. Even if I have a bad day, I think the level is quite okay.
Right.
Hopefully
so the base level is always there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't have that trust and feeling with myself in regards to the modular.
That takes time.
So this, this is such a different thing, and I love it. It's totally outside my comfort zone.
Yeah.
Having to do this here, but on the other hand, I'm a performer. I love the stage, and it's so weird.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good close.
It is.
All right.
So now
it's
we're
so
going.
weird.
Thank you, Yonga. Mike Lee Birds.
Mike Lee Birds. Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Yes.
Thanks.
And I think it's time to move back over to our lounge.
Yeah.
Because we have a god over there.
You go lounging. I'm going to check the chat.
Will do. All right. I just made Gijs very uncomfortable, I think. But he was at some point referred to on Muffwiggler as the Eurorack god. Well, what do we have here? Nothing to do with Eurorack. We should get Gijs a microphone, by the way. Oh, we have a Eurorack mixer. Yeah, some comments about that already. Hey Gijs, welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Yes.
Okay, just a little introduction. Gijs Gieskes makes funny instruments, crazy instruments, interesting instruments. A couple of his famous Eurorack modules are the no drum, which is trying to be a drum module and it ultimately fails at it, right? And then there's the VU percussion, which is basically a VU meter, which hits the end of the scale, and then there's a piezo at the end of the scale, if I'm correct.
No, it's the V meter hits like a metal that's connected to the piezo, and so it vibrates.
Okay, and everyone sounds different, right?
Yeah, I tried to make them the same, but it didn't.
And of course, Colin bought like 10 of them or something like that.
What?
Colin bought like 10 of them.
Yeah, he bought some. Yeah.
And then the thing I also love is, as we're in Eurorack, we all use clocks, right? And then Gijs builds a module which is a clock, like a little alarm clock, again with a piezo in it, so you hear the ticking of the clock.
Yeah,
is it
you
clockable
can,
actually?
Yeah, you can plug in a clock and clock the clock, and
It's
move
so
it forward.
recursive.
But I tried to make more, but I've now I'm not. I failed at it last time.
Right.
but,
So, and I know you've also been working on video synthesizers, but today what I'm seeing over here, I see an 808, which is always great, and I see a couple of almost like pocket operator like thingies. What do we have here, Gijs?
Yeah, basically. I was with the corona, you're stuck in a place, and then but the place where I was not my workspace, so I had to work on my computer. Basically, I couldn't really solder that much. So I did some breadboarding, and so I found some. The idea was like I can make some pocket operator compatible stuff that's small and so I found my oldest, one of my oldest Arduino projects from 2008, which was called the Hard Software Synthesizer, which was a HSS. I was thinking, this thing could be very nice with the pocket operator, because it's also a bit like binary-based sequencer lengths and stuff. So I can so then. That was this one, which is the HSS 2, and then I thought I call it the new one, the HSS 2020.
There you go.
As
referencing the year.
Referencing the year of 2020, and then in the design I made some nice things, like here's the Arduino chip, and it kind of reminded me a bit of a Corona, because it's like round with legs,
all
and
these tentacles things.
So it's like I was, that looks like a Corona, and then I made the whole layout a bit like organic,
like a virus.
Like organic with those curved traces, and put some extra Coronas here and there, but they're under the paint, so it's like...
So it's safe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you can touch it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I want to hear it.
I can show the old one first. Yeah, it's basically, it's the same. Yeah, it was a whole... it was a funny thing with... let's see if I have some sound. Like this one.
Not yet.
Yeah,
do we have sound coming out? Oh, wait a minute, I know what's wrong.
Yes. Okay.
Give me a little moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was us again being very professional.
So this is the old one. And then being a digital thing.
So you just played something and it replays it?
Yeah, you push a button and then you can
record the movement.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then you have like 3 buttons where you have different sounds. So then that's the old one, and then here I got the new one, which is let's see. I need this one needs to be on as well. Yeah. So. So it makes the same sound.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's just new hardware, and
I thought it was funny that it's like from 2008.
I have the feeling this one sounds a little bit cleaner. Is that right?
That's true, because this one is using a pulse width modulated digital analog conversion, and this one uses a resistor ladder.
Right.
It's a 6-bit resistor ladder.
Yeah.
And then so it's a real digital analog conversion.
So how do they connect up with the pocket operators?
there's on the, I think it's on the center pin, there is the tip, there's the clock signal.
Okay.
And then on the sleeve, the ring, there's the
audio.
The audio.
Right.
So you can forward it through, so it goes through. But you can also connect the 808. So I just connect it here from the audio out, and then the trigger out, and then I can just that's a bit. So it's the 808 going through it. And then you can record stuff.
Yeah.
There's also effects in it, so I can.
You have effects in it?
Yeah, so.
Like a delay. Yeah.
There's a very lo-fi delay and pitch shifter. And there's also some sample looper.
There's also a sampler looper in it?
Well, looper kind of effect, so you can have.
Oh, like a roll effect.
Yeah. And then you can record the sounds from the synthesizer.
Okay. Can you have the other one jam together with it? So they have like 3 parts? Okay, somebody in the chat is singing "In the Air Tonight" on this song.
In the Air Tonight.
Kind of the groove that you have going there.
Also some other funny sounds like this.
Let's hear it.
Sounds nicely low-fi.
Yeah, it's a nice little noisemaker there.
Yes.
Yeah. So, will these be for sale?
Yes.
Because that's always not really sure with you, right?
No. Actually, I have I ordered most ordered it mostly assembled. I only have to assemble the pot meters and the switch, and then the battery socket, and the rest. And I have 100. So
there's 100 for sale.
Something like that, yeah. So
okay, so get them as soon as possible, gentlemen, at GijsGieskes.nl, of course.
Yeah. I also have another thing here. It's,
another thing, yes.
This is it's like I was trying to make like a twin T drum machine, and then
a drum machine.
Well, a drum sound, but then then it turned into a sine wave generator.
Okay.
It actually works nice if I play it through it. Let's see.
Yep. You can play Morse code. So it's going through the other machines now. Okay. What more can you want? Hours of fun. Okay, so if people want to buy this, they go to your site. And what are they going to cost?
Yeah, this one here probably €74.
Okay.
Excluding the tax, and then this one is maybe 20 or something, I think.
Okay, there's no reason not to get them.
Yes.
Right. And they're available now?
Yeah, I haven't put them on my website yet, but you can buy them. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm guessing these will be sold out in no time. Of course.
Yeah, let's see. I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Any other
see.
plans for the future, Gijs?
Yeah, I also got some like 2 more of these kind of pocket operator style
different
things.
versions.
Yeah, so different other things, but they're like one is already finished, but it made it before this one, but then I never finished it. Like
so that's the HSS
producing it.
2020 hard soft synth in hardware. I
Yes,
guess.
yeah.
Model 2020.
Yeah,
and you're if I hear it correctly, you're basically setting up a whole line of pocket operator compatible mini thingies.
Yeah, maybe, but I have to see because maybe I don't know. I'm also making other like art projects,
Of course.
Then I also want to do more of that, I think.
It'd be nice to see if that's like the whole pocket operator idea would start out like a new format for stuff, you know?
Yeah,
like Eurorack started
nice.
with Dubfer and then grown, and then in 5-6 years from now, we'll all be making and playing with pocket operator compatible thingies.
You can make analog synthesizer with this for like the same way as well. It's handy because you don't need a mixer really.
Of course, you can
go
loop through.
just through it, but it's mono then, of course. But I made some because there was before there was this like you had Bleep Labs and M4MS and Eric Archer. They were collaborating on some sync system with infrared. So
with infrared.
Yeah, they had like you put the devices next to each other, and then the light would go into the next one. So I also made some things compatible with that, but that died the system. And then, but I think this is I think this probably is more likely to survive.
Because of course it's already there, of course, and Teenage Engineering have quite a big line of those things.
Yeah,
they do tend to die.
Yeah, this kind of things. They they die.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I mean over time, you know.
Okay.
Of course, it's with an open circuit board, which basically is. I can imagine that the corrosion hits.
But what
quickly.
dies then?
Oh well, I have a friend who had like a pocket operator, and it just stopped working.
Okay. Yeah. I hope mine don't do that.
I hope so too. I hope they go on for like live for 20 years or more.
Yeah, like the 808.
Like the 808, yeah. So, do you want to jam a little bit more?
I have a question.
Oh, Bart has a question.
Tom Jansen in the chat on YouTube asked if you have a VCO fan left for sale for him.
Good question.
Okay.
A VCO fan.
I tried to make a new version of that actually, but then that failed, and then sometimes I get questions, but very rarely that people want this thing. So then I like it, but it's
it's peculiar.
Yeah, but so
a VCO fan, by the way, for the people who don't know it, it's a voltage controllable computer fan, as in ventilator.
All right, cool. So
I like
Tom Jansen.
If
you're watching, he's making a new version of it.
Well, I was.
He was.
But we'll see. Maybe at some point. But I have a lot of different machines. That's the problem.
True. A lot of different machines. Okay. Are we about ready to go on to the next 10 minutes? We have 10 minutes to fill. Please jam some more if you want.
Where's
I like it already. We were worried
some sexual healing
in the air tonight.
There is also another question in the chat. Yes. The question was, can you make it faster? No. No, actually, that wasn't the question.
All right.
This is quite awesome. No, the question was if you could make some. Tamara, could you maybe a little bit silent?
Ja, gezellig.
The question was, please make more video stuff.
Martijn. That's Martijn Verhallen said that.
What is your answer?
Okay. Yeah, I have no plans for it at the moment, but yeah, we'll see. Right now, my video stuff is my most popular stuff for people to buy, but
you're not making it.
But at the moment, I'm not making anything new. No.
Okay, no. I have a tip for Martijn. You have to spam him. Maybe one email a day, and maybe then he will start building again. Will that help?
Is it Martijn Verhallen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah. No, yeah.
Okay. Hey, and your dad is watching probably.
Oh yeah. I guess it could be.
Yeah. So we have to wait for your dad.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad.
All right. So, hey, I thought actually the range of sounds coming out of those things was amazing for such a small and tiny and basically probably pretty simple thing. Is it a simple thing or is it actually really complicated?
The script.
Yeah.
It was actually the sync system of the pocket operator is quite complicated.
Okay.
Because it worked and it's not very simple, no, but
okay.
But
in use though.
I try to make it as simple as possible.
Right. Well, hey, thank you very much for being here, and
thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure.
Yes.
I think it's time to move on to the next stage.
I actually was a bit scared because I didn't hear anything from you, no email.
And we all said, he'll come.
Besides the fact that you said what your t-shirt size was, so I was like,
okay.
oh.
I thought
will Gijs be there? But you are
all like,
awesome.
Of course he'll be there.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gijs. On to the next program.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving over to the stage, where I think one of the people performing in a minute is still on the phone. You did line check. Can we do a quick line check? Somewhere from the deep corners of this room. Yes. Quick line check, people. Give us a minute.
We're almost there.
Bear with us for just a little longer. We're checking out the last things for the next show. Coming up in a minute, Sister from Rotterdam. Final adjustments being made. They are ready. We have a positive news from the stage. I I think we will do an interview after the set. Is that okay? Beforehand? In that case, we need a microphone. I'll give the microphone to you. Okay. Margriet, thank you for coming over with Resistor. Can you tell us a little bit about this project?
Thank you. Yeah, Mariette is the name.
Mariette. Oh, I am really sorry. Oh God, I suck at this.
Yeah, Resistor. We're a community based in Rotterdam, and we started 2 years ago. It's kind of based around the electronics music studio in Worm in Rotterdam.
Okay, yeah.
They've got a really nice studio with lots of vintage synths, and I work for Worm, and I've kind of tried out the studio a few times sideways, and I was always intrigued by the machines, but I had the feeling that the people who used the studio at that point were mainly guys and 2 little women, and I wanted to change something about that. And so I kind of looked around, like, who do I know already in my circles who could be interested to kind of form a group and teach each other, because there was no budget. It was not like that we could fly in expensive teachers or workshop leaders. And so we just, we collected. We have about 20 something members right now, 20 plus members.
Well, that's a lot.
Some more active than others, so some you don't even see. But it's women, but also people from the queer community, non-binary people. So in fact, everything but the regular types that are usually in that studio. So it worked. In fact, right away, there was a lot of enthusiasm. People with different experiences or people with no experience whatsoever, who just jumped in, and there was not like any threshold, like you have to know this or that. That's a very good philosophy, I'd say. Yeah, the only demand was actually that you had to be interested in sound, and mostly electronic sound.
I think the whole idea of making music and at the same time influencing each other and teaching each other is an excellent idea. So important. I agree.
It's very important. Yeah, and already in that year we played at the Dutch Modular Fest
last year,
in The Hague.
With a way larger group.
2 years ago, 2018.
2 years ago, and but you had a very that was like 8 people, right?
Yeah, 7 or 8 people, and I also remember that the people were shocked, like, what, 7 people? Do we have enough
mixers, DIs, cables, blah blah blah? Of course, I was very difficult.
I don't remember that though.
Different memories.
But yeah, I mean, we realized that it's not like the regular thing. Usually it's solos or duos, small lineups, and so that was kind of how are we going to deal with this? But we did an improvisation of about 40 minutes, I think, and it was in fact with a very basic score, but largely improvised, and we had great fun. And from then, actually several things happened, like people initiating workshops, like someone who's a crack at Ableton and invited others to do a workshop with her, or someone who's a crack at making tape loops, something totally different. We also did tape loop workshops, absolutely. And several performances happened in all types of different places. There was even a little showcase at Le Guess Who last year.
Really? I missed that.
At Le Mini Who.
Of course.
And it was actually part of the Worm showcase.
Right.
And
I guess I was working in one of the other venues at that time.
So we had Lucia there, the cellist, Mina Kim, the lady with the e-waste synth, and Johanna and Vanita Monk, who are part of the noise trio Boterklontje, and that kind of also grew out
cool
of great trio. And they were born during this Modular Fest event because we called them the noise trio. At some point they came up. And they liked playing together, and they kept playing together. So all sorts of different projects come out of Resistor. It's very open. We meet once a month. Well, in normal times, we meet around the studio and make plans, and we jam together. And but these days it's a bit different, and we Skype together. But there have been things like people making, were invited to make radio plays for the Concertzender, also to be played live in the concert space. Yeah, we had some guests over that happened to book a residency in the studio, and that happened to be female, and we kind of asked them also to do a little. Yeah, like someone was making radio play, and we helped making the sounds and the voices. And what was the other thing I wanted to say? Oh yeah, and this summer we made a collective composition with 12 members that was streamed live just one time.
From the Warm Studio.
One point in time. Actually, everyone made it at home because we couldn't.
And of course, you can't
go in there.
You can't come together.
And so we had 12. We had a sequence, and all. It was like 43 minutes in total, and that was also a great way of working together in a different way. Yeah.
It sounds really cool, I have to say. So, who are with you today?
Yes, we have Zuzana Lashko.
Welcome.
She's a vocalist and electronics wizard. Well, yeah, she also has a background as a jazz singer, but her horizon is broadening, and she's in fact, I think. Or maybe you want to say something about that yourself, how that worked for you? No? Oh. So I guess also, connecting to Resistor also broadened your perspective and added more experiment to your practice, of course. And we have Tamara van Zuilenkom, alias Miss Nixon, who's the most modular of the trio. Do you want to say something? Okay. And my name is Mariette Groot, and I play various little synths, and I also use voice sometimes.
All right.
And that's it.
Are you good to go? Or you want to play?
Yeah.
I think we need a line check.
We
just did that.
We
just did that.
Really?
Yes, you just did that.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, Resistor. And with some light-controlled synth action, that was Ree's sister. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming over all the way from Rotterdam. Now, I'm walking towards the camera. Now it's time for, I'm in the dark, whatever. Now it's time for pre-recorded set demo by Erica Synth and a little interview. It's possible that the interview should have been before the demo, and the demo is the other way around, but whatever. We're going to see it. Hit it.
Welcome, Gertz from Erica Synths to Dutch Modular Festival. It's great to have you back again. Last year in person and this year online. How are you?
Good. Thank you for coming me there. And I'm always happy to connect with people in Den Haag and in the Netherlands.
This time we're in Eindhoven, and it's the city where the CD was invented, and very close to the Nut Lab where Kit Baltan did his early electronic music experiments. So, how's life in Latvia at the moment, Gertz?
Good. We do not suffer as a company a lot from all those COVID restrictions, apart from fact that we had to cancel our Contactor festival, so we postponed it till next year. Otherwise, we feel that people stay at home by synthesizers, and we launched some new modules and instruments this year, including Syntrix, which had world's premiere in Den Haag last year.
Hey, we had a surprise premiere of Syntrix last year in Den Haag. I heard that was not entirely intended, but there it was.
Yeah, Vladimir he posted the picture of Syntrix on Instagram, and it went
crazy. Syntrix, of course, EMS Synthi inspired synth that we actually all loved playing with last year. So in a minute or two, I think we're about to see 2 demo videos of new stuff you have coming up. I think there's also stuff you're still working really hard on the sequencer, right? The black sequencer.
Yeah, exactly. As somebody joked on our Facebook page that there are 2 most anticipated releases this year. So one is COVID vaccine, and the other is black sequencer. So my colleague over there, Janis, he's focusing now on completing black sequencer. And meanwhile, we had 2 side steps to complete our upcoming black system where the sequencer will be included. So we decided to revise our black VCO module. We improved stability of it. Now it tracks great over 9 octaves. We have introduced some internal wave shaping there. So we have wave shaping on Soul Wave. There are 2 internal LFOs that do wave shaping, and you can do external wave shaping as well. So my colleague Codec, he said, this is the analog VCO you can actually sell, which is very inspiring.
Always good for a bold statement, Mr. Codec.
Yeah.
And And I heard, there's something I'm going to see in a minute.
Yeah, another thing is that as I see how modular evolves and what are benefits of having modular apart from having unique sounds and stuff, it's interaction with a modular synthesizer. So there can be some touch keyboards or something, but we came up with an improved joystick design.
Yes.
And our philosophy is if we do something, we do or something completely different or like considerably different approach what we have on market. So in this case, we have a joystick with 4 simultaneous channels. You can select channels and then select different modes how the joystick works. all channels are recordable, so you can record motion of joystick. You can move to another mode, which is sine wave LFO, where joystick controls frequency and amplitude of the sine wave, and you can record that as well. And then there is a random generator as well, which generates random stepped voltages, again, frequency and amplitude controlled. And both those oscillators can be set also in audio rate. So you have 4 channels of sine wave or 4 channels of noise. So this is really nice noise machine simultaneously. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to get one of those. That looks like a really creative tool.
Yeah. So demos, like these are not proper demos. These are like teaser demos made by Codec. You will see them in a minute. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. We're going to look at these videos, and I would really thank you for taking the time to chat with us on the internets.
Yeah.
And hopefully I can come to Contactor next year, and you can come to Dutch Modular Fest again next year. Until then, thank you very much again. Goodbye.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Cheers, man.
Amazing as always, and I need to get that joystick module for sure, and of course that VCO, something else. We're up for a change soon. People watching on Facebook, you will get a new stream link because we all know Facebook sucks, but they suck even harder because you can do a maximum of an 8-hour stream on Facebook. YouTube just keeps going, doesn't matter. Facebook though has to stop after 8 hours. So we do one more pre-recorded set, and after that the Facebook stream will die and we will respawn it. So wait for that and check our. We will probably post that link straight after that happens. Okay, and you know the other idea is just go over to YouTube and watch us there. Up next. They were going to be here in person. Both of them are regulars at Dutch Modular Fest, I'd say. Couldn't make it because of COVID problems, but also because of other travel problems and just generally being very busy. On the one side, we have JacqNoise, who is, known as a visitor to all the modular events in the Netherlands, but also as somebody who makes her own modules, works with error instruments, for instance. And on the other side, we have Magnetrixx, who is part of ACL, Analog Audiophile Circuit Labs, one of my absolute favorite manufacturers of modulars. And they play together, and that's coming up pre-recorded now.
Dutch Modular Fest, welcome here in Berlin. As you can see, we are in the ACL studio. And what makes you more happier by seeing this Christmas tree, I would almost say. Different system, 1, 2 and 3, all aligned, all together. This is a real orchestra. This is something that is always impressing if I'm walking in the studio here over the last years. Yeah, I'm very happy that I got to know them, ACL team, and that we have time to jam together, to talk together about what they want to develop, what is new in the scene, and how to be creative and outstanding to look for the good sound source. We just finished our patching, our jamming, what was complete as, again, an improvisation. And every time we start patching together, we get a different kind of atmosphere, sometimes a bit more jumpy, danceable, sometimes a bit more filmish characteristics, zoomy things, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed it over there. We did. We had a good time.
Yes.
As you can see, we just finished, and the smile is on our faces. So ACL. Stefan, you use System 3 today?
I use System 3 today because it's a quite nice combination which makes sense together, all in a small case, in a 104 case. And it's capable of a big variety of different sounds, from noise to more typical synthesizer, tonal synthesizer sounds. Well, big variety.
Yeah, I'm very happy that it is such a flexible case. And with your ears, you're really adapting whatever you hear. So that's, that was a good combination. We would like to see you next year here in Berlin on one of the festivals, or we will be present in the Netherlands as well next year, for sure. Dutch Modular Fest.
Okay, welcome back everybody. I hope you enjoyed that set by Magnetrixx and JacqNoise. We are reaching the end of the night, and it's time for one more reminder. The Facebook stream is dying as we speak because it reached the 8-hour limit that Mark Zuckerberg decided was a good idea. I'm not going to say any more about that. But soon we will respawn the Facebook stream. But you could, of course, also go over to YouTube and check there, because the chat over there is way more interesting. So, we've reached 21:17 in local CET, Central European time, and that means it's time for the Herren Abend, as they say on Superbooth.
Yeah.
Which is perfect because we have our own local Dutch German here. Herr Margolf, willkommen.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend, Herr Margolf. Wie geht's denn?
Ja, gut.
Ja,
okay.
Ja. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass Sie hier sind. Also
Google,
also YouTube macht so die Unterschrift, ne?
Ja, genau. Das ist ein Google Translate, ist auch so ein Ding, das eigentlich sehr witzig ist eigentlich. Das geht eigentlich ziemlich gut, oder?
Ja, meistens schon, aber
ja.
Also die Leute stehen...
Nicht immer.
Geht das auch real-time?
Die Leute bleiben noch also jetzt gehen wieder Leute weg. Also
okay,
vielleicht
Leute
sind die
weg,
dann wieder auf Englisch.
Auf Englisch jetzt sind alle weg.
Oh,
ja.
Ist wieder eins da.
Wieder eins da. Das ist die eine Deutsche, die plötzlich...
Genau.
Naja.
Hallo.
Genau. Hallo.
Willkommen. Den Namen nicht.
Okay, Kokkel ist auch noch dabei. Unsere, wie heißt ein Parrot auf Deutsch?
Ein Papagei.
Papagei, genauso wie auf Holländisch.
Das ist
Hammer,
auch
oder?
Fast Holländisch.
Ja, fast Holländisch.
Also Jackie sagt Tomashi.
Jack.
Jackie, JacqNoise.
Na, was geht hier denn ab, Herr Margolf? Was haben wir hier?
It's getting a bit awkward.
Ich habe einen Schrittmacher.
Ein Schrittmacher.
Schrittmacher-Melodiengenerator.
Das ist ja voll geil.
Spannungsgenerator.
But first, there's something the T-shirt. The T-shirt has an important message.
Yes.
Can we zoom in on the T-shirt, please?
Is that possible?
There's a very important message there, and I know this to be true. You're waiting for the zoom in.
We are all very.
Okay, what does it say on the T-shirt? Every sequencer manufacturer you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Be kind, always.
Oh, wow.
Very good
The
advice.
Story of my life.
And I know it to be true.
Yeah, but what's underneath that? What is it? Is it?
It's a Xirit.
Oh.
It's an Italian sequencer manufacturer.
Oh, wow.
Making like a MIDI sequencer, which is, I think, still not finished. So
All right, so that's
There
why
you go.
he's battling.
that was 2 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
that's why he's
but it
battling.
will be cool when it's finished. So that's
Of
the nice
course.
part.
So how do you know that? Because it is.
I know these people. So
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's we find the Nerdsack all very awesome. That's probably also because it's like a mirror of its developer.
I think I'm the only one who doesn't have one.
Yeah, that's
You're
this,
the
that's
only
this,
one.
The only reason I don't have one is
There is
because I
this-
have an eloquencer which has my name on the PCB,
Yes,
so I
yes.
can't sell that.
Yeah, but there is a running gag going around in all these streams where people talk about, I don't know, about modules, and then one person starts with, you have to get a Nerdsack, and everybody's like, Nerdsack, Nerdsack. So the stream gets hijacked. So there's a sort of a running gag going on. Did you know that, actually?
I pay these people to do that.
All right.
Oh, so you're
Get
rich.
free sequencers.
You're rich now.
He's sending out free sequences. You do send out free knobs, like these
I
green
send out
and
free
red.
knobs sometimes.
And
yes.
key hangers.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is Herren Abend.
Mm-hmm.
So we're
Something
going
like that. The
have
old
a-
guys' evening.
We're going to have like a very personal conversation.
Yeah, basically we're going to talk about nothing, right?
Nothing.
Oh,
and
actually,
everything.
there is a
I
bit of
think
a
it's,
thing going on. You have this case here, right?
Yes. For a reason, actually.
Oh, actually, really?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we can first like do some other topics. I mean, let's.
I
talk
think
Yeah,
you,
about
you
let's
wanted
do
to
some
have
other
the
topics,
energy transition was a topic, I think.
Oh yeah, right. I see a lot of sun panels. Sun panels? How do you call it?
Yes.
Solar panels. Yeah,
solar
solar panels.
panels,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot.
Solar panels.
So what do you do with the solar panel? What do you do?
What
You're
am I
working
doing?
for the
Yes,
energy transition.
Of course, yeah, because
Hooray.
it's really important
It is.
to use renewable energy
Agreed.
Yeah.
now and in the future. So, yes.
So you're developing solar panel parks.
No.
Oh.
I'm just using them. So.
Oh right. So
One
that's
question though:
And
why
it's
isn't there a
important
solar
because-
panel on the back of your modular case?
Why is there no solar panel?
Yeah.
Because there's no sun here.
Believe me, that
If-
actually works.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So I have to say, actually, I'm producing, or I'm going to produce because it's not started yet. But everything I do with exoelectronics is
Climate
carbon
neutral.
free, actually, or at
Carbon
least
free.
it's carbon
Zero emission.
carbon compensated. So
Very good.
I
Very good.
produce more energy than I use.
Wow.
And that's nice. I
No,
think.
that's good. Yeah. Also,
least, would be
I have some solar panels on my house, and I produce just enough that I can sort of be equal with everything that I use. So
I live
it's,
in an apartment block, and we're still fighting with the VVE,
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is a very Dutch thing. It's the community of owners of the houses in there to get the whole damn roof filled
shebang.
with solar panels.
And it's so easy, and it's
It's a
even,
no-brainer.
like
It's
affordable.
basically a
affordable.
no-brainer.
It's just
Yeah.
like everyone should
Yeah.
yes, and then it's
There's room here. Put a solar panel on
Yeah.
it. Absolutely.
and then
Yeah.
you can have like 20-25 years of
Yeah.
cleaner energy.
Worry-free life.
Yeah.
If
But well,
that's-
yeah, it's it takes some time until people understand and realize.
True that,
I
true
think
that, true
It
that.
needs some more hot summers and stuff. So,
True.
but then it's too late already.
Yeah.
Okay, now now a more positive topic.
It is a positive, but still, wait. This is a positive topic. The idea that we can actually make a difference by doing
what we can.
Pretty simple stuff like installing solar panels on roofs is a very positive topic.
Yes, and one thing I think is important, and it's also on the backside of the sequencer. It's not your name actually, but it says like.
No, my name is on the backside of the eloquence.
Yeah, but it's not on mine. It says like save the planet, turn off the gear that you're not using.
Ooh, that's
excellent
and
idea.
That's because I always see like with rack it's a bit more difficult, but like 20 sequencers, the power knob goes on, everything, synthesizer sequence, everything is on, and they're using one thing.
I have a friend who basically doesn't. He leaves his studio and never switches off any of his gear.
Yeah, and I think it's
why
that would be a bit of difference already. So
definitely huge difference.
Name them and shame.
No.
Them.
Yeah.
No, I know.
You.
Actually, I turn always everything off.
Yeah, but with the rack it's more difficult. It's of course not possible. That's
I have one switch for everything.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Do we maybe there is this thing? I think he has something to say about this thing he has in front of him.
Well, yeah. Well, I have a question. Why didn't you bring your portable nerdsack?
Right.
Because it's not there yet, or it's not ready. Yeah. So good starter.
So it's not there yet.
It's not there yet.
That means it's like it's not there yet. So in the development, or it's not physically not there yet.
No, it's not finished, and it will take longer than expected, and it will probably by the end of the year.
And so why does it take longer than expected? Because you want to add more features or more, I don't know, usability or whatever.
No, it's like with the last months, a lot of things changed also with Exo Electronics, and so everything is a bit more delayed. And
it's a question of suppliers being able to send you stuff, or
no, I think that works okay, but it's like the structural thing within what I'm doing. Changed a bit, and it took a lot more time, and then also on the way I made other decisions to how it should be.
You have some changes, design changes here and there.
I have some design changes, and then it's also like with Eurorack it's quite simple to make a front panel, and then you have like a kind of product.
Yeah, and for this you have to make a whole casing.
Something.
Yeah, and for this you need a whole casing.
You have to go to CE qualification.
Exactly, and that's a complete thing, and it's like a plastic molding manufacturing, because it has to be
lightweight,
not heavy, lightweight, because it's portable. So it's a different kind of task, but I'm busy with it, and I will get there, and then at some point people will have it. So
I think it's when you how do you say it? Announce it, people went sort of crazy.
Yeah, but it's
there was a lot of enthusiasm.
People fainted.
But it's
they were like so happy that.
Yeah, but it was not a new thing. So before I made a nerdsack for Eurorack, I was already busy with a standalone box.
The NerdSynth.
Doing that,
True.
the NerdSynth, exactly. And
where's the NerdSynth now?
After the nerdsack possible. It will be there at some point also, or at least if all things go well, and at the moment things go good. So
good.
So I'm working on it.
So if next year, if hopefully we can do like a real live Dutch Modular Fest again.
Will the NerdSynth be there?
Will the NerdSynth be there?
Maybe.
Ooh. It's not like the NerdSynth, but the NerdSynth.
Not
the synth, not
Zunti, right?
No, it's the plans were actually like that I would have a new NerdSynth prototype for Superbooth.
All right.
But that was not possible. So in the end, like the NerdSynth and the new firmwares and stuff take a lot more time.
But there's new firmware?
There's new firmware coming out soon, yeah. Cliffhanger.
Did we have that on the program to talk about?
Maybe. But it takes a lot longer, and I'm still doing this on my own, and it's yeah. So I'm busy, and it will be there at some point. Yeah.
Oh, that's good to hear. Good to hear.
Right.
So let's.
Right.
I'll try.
So this new firmware that you talk about. What
Should we
about
talk about
it?
the new firmware?
There
or
is a new firmware.
There's actually there's a new firmware coming for the nutsack, which I also tease since months.
Yeah, I remember you teasing something earlier in another online event that I was enjoying.
Yes.
Yeah. So the features of this new firmware.
The features of this new firmware.
What are they?
Yeah. So basically, we have the sequencer as it was with all its capabilities,
which is already a lot.
Yeah, there's some stuff in there actually. Yeah. And on top of that, I have some editing stuff more easy because I have a lot of feature request lists and users ask stuff, and I read this stuff and I.
You do.
And I think things that make sense. It's good. So I added a lot of usability stuff in there.
Yeah.
So that's the boring features.
Mm-hmm.
And so.
As a user, I might find those very important, but I think it's already very user friendly.
But it can always be better. And I agree also with a lot of stuff. So I'm using it in my way, and other people using it.
Mandy, Jungle of Wires in the chat is saying she wants envelopes.
She wants envelopes. Mandy, you will have envelopes.
You will have envelopes. You will have envelopes. You all get envelopes.
Yeah.
8 free envelopes.
If
eight DSR. 8.
If you all look under your chair, you all find envelopes now.
Envelopes for everybody.
Envelopes for everybody.
Not that there are not 5 envelopes in your rack. You need them from the sequencer.
There you go.
Wow. Nice.
But yes, they're envelopes, and they can have different sources to be gated. So it can be the CV inputs in there, and it can be the gates from the sequence. You can fire them from the effects column, if you know the effects column, and like this. And destinations can be all the CV outputs, so like the CV and the mod outputs can be destination. Then the sample volume can be destination, sample pitch, and all the sample effects as well, like bit crush, distortion, and new now wave folder. Also,
you also have a wave folder.
A wave folder.
Wave folder is like it's the magic word of this day.
It's a wave folder day.
A wave folder.
It's a wave folder day.
Exactly.
Definitely like last Super Booth was a stereo filter day. We have a wave folder day today.
Yeah.
No, but they're flexible to use and arrange. And then let's go to the envelope screen. That's maybe nice.
I think we actually have that screen online,
my
right?
God.
There it is.
There
was a reason why he asked for a long HDMI cable, and that's to port his screen to the...
We will get to the video output thing in a minute.
Oh, did I?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So,
video output thing.
yeah, we have the envelopes. And so let's see, we have a lot of parameters per envelope. And then, of course, attack, decay, sustain, release for the ADSR envelope. But on top of that, we can change the attack peak, so it's not always the full peak.
Can you CV that?
Sorry?
Can you CV all these parameters?
The parameters.
Is that the future request?
I think indirect. You can.
Okay, well, that's nice.
Direct, not.
Okay.
Wow.
Not yet.
Okay.
You can,
not yet.
You can put a feature request on the EXO forum to. So interesting thing is that the envelopes can be really go the other way around, and you can just. Oops.
I just love the fact that it's in hexadecimal.
So just.
Yeah. And he's also very hardcore.
Let's listen to a sound. So that's on the volume on the VCA. That's boring. Let's have another envelope on the filter. And let's put it. And now it's put the offset around.
This is so much fun.
So, yeah. So the envelopes, let's stop it. The envelopes can be one shot, so it just fires the ADSR. It can be really ADSR, so you can just set the gate, and then it will go to the release line when you release the gate again. And it can be looping, so the envelopes keeps looping, so it's kind of an LFO as well.
Oh, looping envelopes.
But yeah.
I love looping envelopes.
Yeah, so we have the envelopes, and
already a question here is I'd love to get the screen of the NerdSec onto my monitor too. How is that done?
How is that done? Yes.
Are we moving too fast here, or
no? It's okay. We can make a sidekick. That's okay.
The sidestep or like a bridge.
So actually, I have, and that's the module here, and it's like an early prototype, but it's the video expander, and it has a HDMI
video expander,
video
people.
Expander, yes. It has HDMI output, and it has a composite output, and it will have, and that's not finished yet, USB keyboard input for a PC keyboard. So you can.
I'm a little bit disappointed there's no VGA output.
You can buy a converter from the Action for.
You can put it also in a request on the XOR forum. Forum.
It will not be. It's
all right. You got me. I'm
can't have everything, huh? I know. Greedy, but. So no, but the good thing is, because some people saw the video output already, and it was still a bit glitchy, and I had to work on it, and now it's perfect.
Yes.
So it works without any problems.
Yeah, it worked here. As in the first time when we plugged it in, that was really good. Yeah,
which is normally not the case.
No, but that's fine. So it will be there, and it will be definitely this year, because I'm just rearranging the hardware a bit and do the USB keyboard stuff.
But
it will work.
Is this like this expander is something that you wanted, or was it also a request from the users?
Oh, it's something I made for like Super Booth.
All right, that's for your
3 years ago.
For your
Mega
NerdSec.
Mega NerdSec. Giga.
Of course. Giga. Didn't you also have like the beer bottle opener module?
The what?
Beer bottle opener.
The beer, yeah. Now the tap. The tap.
Saphan.
Yes. The beer tap module.
Saphan module.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Exactly. Yes, it will be there, and it's like now that I have like the glitch out there, because it was quite difficult to find. It's releasable at some point. So
that was the side step, or
that was the side step for the video, and
do we have a resale price?
No
price. And when do you expect it to be able to offer this video output module?
In a few months.
In the future.
What's a few months for you? This year.
Something.
Now we're talking.
You know, for the Xmas market, it will be
Christmas.
Nice.
Your Christmas savings are gone. Your Christmas savings are going to XOR Electronics.
I expect because now I have like a thing to finish.
Good.
Okay. Let's.
That was it. No.
Go. That was it. Oh no. Some other thing people wanted, because now you go into the pattern. That's when you can see it.
Maybe we should switch to the screen again.
Yeah, when you go to the pattern, you can now move around between the patterns that you couldn't do before.
Oh, I like that. I'm a user,
and
so I like that.
Yes. It's let's go here to have some drums, and we can just move around.
Dennis Verschoor is saying we are cheaters.
Yes, but Dennis is as well.
Dennis is a no-show.
Dennis, we love you. But where are you?
Where are you, Dennis?
Okay. Let's get to.
He has a question. When is Xcopy coming? I don't know what it is.
Xcopy.
Dennis, we don't know what Xcopy is. Xcopy.
I think it's a copy program from Amiga times.
I think so.
Yes.
He's talking about Amiga right now.
Actually, I have another update for the tables. And if we have to sequence again, let's do a normal envelope again. Okay. And now we can, with the tables, we can scale stuff.
Scale. Oh, scale. That's something that you actually, that was a request that was, it's already very old, but you...
This was a user request.
I think so, yes, a user, but he didn't want to put it in.
Scale, no,
yeah,
no, because it's a lazy man's music composing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes. So, what's bad about that?
No, but it's not the scale like the big scale module that I want to integrate, but it's a good way to scale already, because you can just decide which notes
this note, that note, not that
are allowed.
Yeah. That's good.
I know
I
it's
think
only
that's
the F.
basically what you need.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So that's one thing for the tables. I explained the tables for this firmware already in another video.
Dennis actually has a serious question. Does it give a guru meditation error?
Yes.
Yes. People, it does. Can you pull that up?
No.
Oh,
can't. So another thing, and that's another module in here, and that's also interesting for a few people, but it's not really modular, actually.
Not modular.
So a lot of people have the ER301 sound computer.
I love the ER301.
And
the modular in a modular.
And those people know there's like an internal connection, the I2C connection, that you can control.
How do you call that?
Parameters
I2C.
I2C.
I always call it I2C.
I2C also. Yeah.
It's my
I think it's
I2C.
I2C.
It's my I2C.
Because of like this where.
It's my I2C.
Yeah. Anyway.
I
have an I2C expander, I2C expander here.
Expander.
And it's the expander for the nutsack. And there you see, actually, if you see the rack, there is no input connected.
No cables.
On the ER301, but the drums come from the ER301. So that's
magic.
That's magic, yeah.
Some call it magic, others call it I2C. Can we have somebody body popping here, maybe, or breakdancing?
Maybe Mike Lee Birds can do some breakdancing.
Hey.
Yeah. And
He
then
said
it's for now it's like the same screen as the trigger expander screen, and yeah, you can do all the things with the Euclidean rhythm input and stuff, and then where the I2C to the ER301, and you have all the inputs of the ER301 for different stuff.
So that basically talks with the ribbon cable.
Yes, exactly. So
back,
it's
right.
that would be faking for Dennis.
So for
I
the
agree.
so for the I2C you have like a special like this screen.
I plan the screens that are for the trigger expander and the CV expander, so you can have like voltages, nodes, and triggers.
Yep.
And so that you can control with these like
and then you have to set your I2C controls in the
units. Exactly. And then you decide what it should do.
Yeah, cool.
On the 301. So yeah, but that will be also at some point. It's not finished yet. So, but it's here and it works. And
I think all joking aside, the way that you keep updating this is just amazing. The level of passion you put into the whole thing, and the way you keep adding features, like it's going the extra mile, man.
The Surging Mass has a question.
Yes.
Well, it's probably so when is the firmware getting released?
When the beta testers tested it. It's like I'm planning to give like this version now to the beta testers and check and stuff. But while I was busy preparing it, I also have like small things that I figured out which I still want to fix first.
Cool.
Small things, no big things, but.
How many beta testers do you have?
I think I have like 10 people.
Have users that know the inside
yes,
out.
but there are already some people who are using it, so it's already kind of beta testing. Okay. Normally I have release candidates, so all the users can test it, but with this version, because it's like so long ago and stuff, I decided to have like a beta testing crew.
Nice.
Yes,
so
it will take a while.
I also heard through the grapevine that there was something else.
Yes.
Yeah, actually,
like
I
a two-letter
remember
thing. A two-letter thing.
Yes, exactly.
That we don't have a scoop here.
Oh,
I
no,
already had
scoop.
that scoop at modulation.
Right. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So
still.
another thing is most users know that I have waveforms.
Maybe we should. Yeah, exactly.
And you can just like play waveforms like an oscillator, and then use them as a oscillator. Actually, I added a new screen, and there you can change all the parameters from the oscillator. And I added a new one, and it's wavefold. Of course, the bit crush. And the bit crush stuff. So each oscillator has also a wave folder now. And the interesting part is now you can like
modulation source. Oh boy.
You can frequency modulate each
FM
waveform, and then it makes it 4-operator FM synthesizer as well. So let's
you just give the people an FM synth.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not one FM synth. It's like 8. How many do you can you? Oh no, 2. Like two. No.
So each of the
4.
sample parts.
It's one. You have 4 waveforms, and this means 4 operators.
Yeah.
And normally you have 2 waveforms on one audio output and 2 waveforms on the other audio output.
Okay. Yeah.
But
So
you can combine, you can
4
combine
sample
them
parts,
now.
the 2 sample parts, 4 sample parts form one 4-operator.
So
the 4 sample parts form one 4-operator FM synth. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But you could do 2-operator FM synths.
Of course.
That's what
2
you
simple
could.
FM pairs.
What
yeah,
you could
perfect.
do.
Perfect. Which
but
is a lot of times is enough for everything.
Exactly, and I will just change some stuff and let you know what I'm doing. And
thank you.
So I have this sinus now.
Yep.
The sinus sequence, and let's go there. And let's go there. And I said like the first operator should be modulated by the second operator. So. And on the second operator, which is not playing yet, I say like clone the notes from the first operator.
Right.
And that's
but
what
you
I
could
do
give
now.
them different notes, of course.
I can. And that's a nice part, which is different from other
You can
FM
sequence
synthesizers.
FM.
Yes. Okay. Let's see if it works. We have a bit of FM.
Nice.
And nice one. Let's detune it a bit.
The bell kind of tones. Yeah.
Exactly.
Inharmonic spectrum.
But of course that's boring. Let's add an envelope there.
Of course. Because we have envelopes.
Because we can. And then. Okay, I'm there. So with the second I change the course. And of course with the second I can also put an envelope on the second, so it changes the parameters as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Typical
a
sound.
bell.
Yeah. What's nice again, I added a glide now to the samples and waveforms, and let's put it on here.
Get freaky.
And the nice part is again, if I put it on the operator or the modulator,
DX7s will go for sale in 3, 2,
no,
1.
no, it's not. So it's a
Thank
bit
you,
my
Tom Jansen, on the chat. That was funny.
Yeah, of course, it's a bit my interpretation of like
course,
an
yeah,
FM
yeah,
synth.
yeah.
So it's so the nice part is like only for operators, you can do your own algorithms with it. So it's not like fixed algorithms.
No, of course you can route whatever you want. Yeah.
Yes, and you can like feedback every algorithm with every algorithm, or every operator with
And
every
get really
operator. So
crazy.
you can get really crazy stuff, of
And
course.
probably you can, if you can do that, you can probably get noise out of it if you at some point.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, of course, yeah. So let's get another project, and then
Elo Propello on the chat asks if all these parameters can be sequenced.
of course, yes.
The answer is of course.
Okay, this is a bit dark, but you can like this is now one operator. Or both. Bit cross on there. Which gets me to the next function
I
that
also
I
have a
added as
question.
well.
There is
Any update to the sample bank switching timing in the firmware? An update to the sample bank switching timing in the firmware.
Simple bank switching timing is as is, and I think it will not change.
It will not change, Surging Mass.
I don't. Yeah, I didn't. I don't know. Should I change something about it?
Actually, he probably doesn't care. No,
Yeah.
no, that's not true. No,
I
but
don't know.
if I think if there is a problem with with switching the sample bank timing, I think you should send Thomas an email.
Like the sample banks, because it has just a little sample memory, like 4 seconds of sample. But you can, from a sequence, you can load a different sample bank and can load different samples in there on the fly from the sequence.
This is normally instantly.
So that's in there already.
Okay.
Yeah. And the nice thing is you can just replace it on the fly while you're playing. But of course, the changing of the samples, if you play samples, you will hear it.
Yeah.
And I recommend just like don't play them when you replace the samples. And
It's like
just play
turning
the
a
rest.
leaf on your sheet music.
But you can use it smartly.
Yeah. So did you just say that
he
there's
wasn't- he
even
was-
more?
Oh yeah, of course.
new
Yeah.
stuff?
So I have the sequence. Oh. I will load the other one again. That's a bit more open.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So we have of course the samples.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And
Ladies
I
and
have
gentlemen.
finally like a delay for the samples. So
Ladies and gentlemen. 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 Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh wow. He put a delay in there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
and it's a lo-fi delay. So I have to say
Still,
that, but still
better than nothing.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And there's like a delay sent, like the input and the feedback, and different types.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's getting more a real standalone workstation.
Dennis Verschoor wants you to make an Amen break generator.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I like this.
And of course, up to.
Well done,
Wow.
sir.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's cool.
So yeah, I think the main thing is like the FM synthesizer in there and some additions to
Actually,
the
video output
samples
is
and
also
then
something, quite something.
yeah,
People were
exactly. And of
having
course a
that
lot
on
of
the biggest screen.
editing stuff that's also important and
Mhm.
was on the wish list for a lot of people. So yeah.
I can only say one thing: ship it to the beta testers, and then beta testers,
I will,
hurry
I
up!
will. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Do your beta testing.
God damn it!
And a lot of tiny stuff that makes things again a step
Better.
Better. Yeah.
Wow.
I think you're doing an amazing job, Thomas. Really. It's so this shirt. I mean, this
I'm
this
fighting a
this
hard
this
battle
struggle
and,
that
he
you're
always
talking
kind.
about. I know it is real. I know it is real, but I think the
Oh, yeah.
rewards are there.
You know, I like to do that because you know I was about to release the firmware, and then I thought, like, oh, that would be cool to FM one
I
or
can
the other.
add
And then,
this
and
one
then it
little
was
other
like
feature.
Yeah, exactly. But then
So-
it's directly sounded like cool, and I thought, like, okay, but then I need envelopes as well, and they are requested also. Like
There's a term for
And
this,
then
of course. It's called feature creep.
I have a question.
It's, of course, but at some point I have to like stop.
Of course.
I have a
with
question.
stuff.
So
Yeah.
I'm not a very technical guy, not very much into programming, but how much space do you have left to incorporate stuff in the firmware? Is it like almost endless, or
Oh
is
no,
there
it's
is there a
endless.
limit?
I think
Good question, actually.
I'm a bit over half of the
Half?
memory. Yeah.
That's
But that's a memory for the program.
all right. Okay.
So
There's
like
still some way
the
to go.
memory for other stuff, like the RAM for the,
Mhm.
that's like,
Okay.
but that's from the first release. It's
Right.
already notoric
Right.
on the end. That's why there are only 4 seconds of samples and that kind of stuff.
But
But
the
yeah,
people in the chat are very eager to
Enthusiastic,
get this
and
and
they wanna
very
get it.
positive, and
Yeah.
they are all, you know, they
Of
love
course, they
it.
should get it, and at some point,
They will
I
get
will
it.
have to bite the bullet as well.
yeah.
At
Yeah,
some
you should.
point.
Yeah, and be in the NerdSec team.
Team NerdSec, yeah.
NerdSec.
All right,
Okay, I think
we
have-
are about to move over.
do we have
Yeah.
any strange questions we can ask him? We can
How,
ask
how
Thomas.
was this experience for you?
Yeah, it's a bit weird with you two guys, but I adapt. So it's
Oh, you're keeping
No.
cool. That's good. That's good.
oh, it's okay.
Goed
It's
gemacht,
fine.
Arno.
It's you know, of course, it's different than what I planned and expected, but it's good.
It's also a little bit different than we expected.
Yeah, I will just for the users. I will also release explaining videos of this stuff what I'm doing, because now I didn't really explain what I did.
Of course. No,
But
this
that's,
is this is
what
more
I
like
will
a
do with this one.
presentation, and then you can
Yeah.
do a proper video for in-depth.
Exactly,
yeah.
because there's a lot of stuff that I can still tell about this
I'm
new
sure,
firmware.
I'm sure.
And so,
Okay. Thank you, Thomas, for being here.
Yes.
thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you. And I'm sure we will see you soon again.
Of course.
Are we ready on the stage? Or
Let
are
me
we
see.
not?
Yes.
Then I'm moving over there. It's about time to close off this night. Let me see. I think I'm in somewhere here. Yeah, not bad. It's about time to close off this night. I want to thank artists that played here tonight, today, all the manufacturers that came over. I'd like to thank TAC again, Temporary Art Center here in Eindhoven, the birthplace of electronic music in the Netherlands. I'd like to thank my co-conspirators in this, Bart Wolf, who basically did all the organizing and says to himself that he can't organize stuff. I say he can. I'd like to thank Jurgen Winkel, Sonic Rider over there, for being the liaison with the location and for making the amazing food we had tonight. I'd like to thank Menno Zijlstra for taking care of all the technical stuff. Michiel Gardner for being the stream nerd that he is, and being the hero that basically saved this show. Floris and Martijn, the tech guys from TAC, who are here. And to close off the night, we have some Kokkel. I'd like to thank Kokkel the Parrot. Yes, of course. To close off the night, we bring you the crème de la crème, I would say. Thijs, LudoWic. Gear lovers, eat your heart out. What we have here is not only a Synthi A, but we also have a Synthi E. A Synthi E, you ask? Yes, a Synthi E. How many of those were at the raid? 1. It's there. An honest to God EMS Synthi E. 1 in the world, and there it is. And we are about to hear it, and afterwards we'll have a little bit of talk about it. Let us hear it. Thijs, LudoWic. Mr. LudoWic. Wow. Just 2 little machines and a couple of effects and so much sound that you coaxed from that. That was quite amazing. I have to ask, I need a second microphone. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and it's on. There you go. So how the hell did you come about that Synth E?
Yeah, I followed this Synth E for a long time.
Okay.
Because it's a prototype for the normal Synth E. And then I saw that this was in Limburg, Occident.
Okay. Oh, of course, yeah.
And then I thought, now it's
the
mine.
famous professional synth sellers here in
Yes.
the Netherlands. Dennis Schoor just said in the chat he has the original schematics for the thing. He says he has the service manual. So
all right.
So you
Thanks.
know, if you ever hit up have a problem, you hit up Monopoly, and he can supply you with the raw details.
That's great. Thanks, Dennis.
You're here a little bit with us. We miss you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about what you were doing here. I love the fact that you had like one of the matrix pins in your mouth at some point. By the way, that's know either a patch cable or a matrix pin. What's your preference?
Yeah, well, what I like about these synths is of course the unpredictable.
Unpredictability.
Unpredictable.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
And you get a lot of happy accidents with this, so you don't know where you end with this. These machines, but what I want to try is to try something polyphonic.
Polyphonic from
Yeah,
a monophonic thing, of course.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's made for that. But
this is what and you use the effects to try and achieve that, or do you try and achieve it
no.
another way?
No, I do it. This was three oscillators.
Of course.
So and the third one I can control with the
joystick.
With the joystick. So and so it gives me a different root note.
Right.
So I can like create a drone like here, and then make few root notes, and then I have like kind of a harmonic structure where I can play with.
That is an absolutely musical way to go about it.
But the thing is that it's a real struggle to get this in tune, of course.
Of course.
So, but I like I like the struggle because
the whole unpredictability thing and the happy accident thing is something that a lot of people are really scared of when they start off. You know, I of course I talk to a lot of people who dove into modular, and I try to coax them to come out and play, and they worry about the unpredictability. Well, I actually think it's your friend. How do you look at that?
Yeah, for me too. It's my biggest friend.
Yes. Yeah.
There's the same thing with the GNAS, same thing with this E. I really like that because otherwise it's boring.
That's right. That's right. That's the thing. You play your song the same time over and over, or you can accept the fact that stuff is going to happen that you're not in control of,
yes.
and enjoy that. And this is something I try to make people enthusiastic about. And the way you just showed us what's happened, because you are a musician who is in total control of everything you do, because you are a very trained musician, I know. The fact that you allow yourself to open up to things that you don't expect, that's it frees you, I think, right?
Yeah, that's why I like this kind of this kind of performances. Yes. When I'm playing with Wende, for example, I'm a musician with Wende.
Total fan, by the way.
Then I can use this instrument because. It has to be spot on every night, the same. So then I bring my and other stuff.
The things that do what you expect.
I can rely on, But this kind of this kind of shows I like to see what happens.
Yeah.
And then Synth A is my biggest friend.
I heard a rumor that you are going to work on new stuff with Wende, but also with another. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this.
It's not. It's not. I know what you mean, but it's not really.
It's not official yet.
Not official.
Okay,
no,
so we should not mention it.
No.
Okay.
But
I did an interesting rumor that all I can say is there's another modular musician in the Netherlands who may work together with this guy here. May
the
or
rumor
may
is
not.
right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
we'll have to keep you in the dark about that. I'm sorry. Again, I want to thank you for playing here.
Thank you.
You're also a regular for Dutch Modular Fest, and every time you've never disappointed us at all. Actually, every time you've been here, it's been nothing short of awesome.
It was a great pleasure.
This kind of marks the end of our stream. Bart signals me he wants to have a beer. Yeah, of course, we all do. Am I looking into this camera? Yes, okay. So maybe a little bit of light. Yeah, there is light. I won't leave you before I want to announce a couple of things. There, we've been doing this online because we had to, but slowly but surely things are opening up again. Actually, for instance, the guys in Deventer, Voltmeister, have been doing their thing at the Hip again. Follow them, Voltmeister. Find them anywhere online. They are doing events, of course, for a limited audience, but they're happening. Dennis Monopoly, who's normally with us but can't be here sadly today, already did one episode of Noodle Bar again at Worm. Slowly but surely things are starting up again. Majella in Eindhoven has an event planned soon. Who else is there? Who else is voltage control is not happening now for?
No, my home base Paradiso is in bad weather, so
right.
I don't dare to contact them at the moment.
You should anyway. You should anyway. Just try it. I mean,
but it will
even
happen.
them, they will have to try and do something. Also, myself and I, some shameless bit of self-promotion. We went online with modulation and had an episode that we were going to do in real life at the Helling in Utrecht with 060171, Olive, and Uneven, which is now actually happening on September 10 in the Helling. Sold out completely, 50 tickets sold out like in no time, yes. With these same three guys, because I promised them that when it would happen in real life again, they would be there. So that's happening on September 10. For the people who couldn't get tickets, yes, we will have a stream. And we have another great team of stream people taking care of that. Because Michiel is normally way too busy. That about closes this tonight, I think. I want to thank you all for watching. It's been amazing to see you all in the chat. All the usual suspects were there. Bart, do you have anything else to say?
Yes, nobody thanked you actually, because you did all the moderation, you did all the talking, and you kept the thing going. So
with pleasure,
it was really
with
fun.
a lot of pleasure.
And I hope that it was the last stream day, because I really want to do a big festival next year.
I really want to do this in real life. Absolutely.
We are so
Absolutely.
happy every time when I enter this place. I think we have found such a nice spot with such nice people, and really welcome
TAC,
here.
you are amazing. Thank you for having us.
And yeah, absolutely. And for all the people that haven't been here, you should come. If we throw the event next year,
it's just a beautiful
you
place.
have to be here. I mean,
there's exhibitions
it's so
with
nice.
so much beautiful art going on. There's a ton of artist workspaces. How do you call them? Oh God!
Here.
Atelier. It's getting late. My
studios,
artist
studios.
But ateliers.
But it's a big space. And next year, if we organize the event, we can have the whole building with all the big spaces, so we can throw like a big event with lots of
like 2 different gardens where you can hang out outside. It's
module makers.
Awesome.
Thomas will be there, of course.
We wouldn't do this if Thomas wouldn't be there.
Exactly.
I mean, if Thomas wouldn't be there, we would cancel. Yeah.
I think it was an amazing day, and I hope that everybody who watched...
I'm really happy how this turned out.
Yeah, and I hope that everybody who watched is happy as well.
I hope so too. So, I have been Allert Bart. This has been Dutch Modular Fest Online Stream Day 2020. fuck COVID, fuck, you know, I mean, I hope we get out of this in a normal way. Don't listen to dance teachers or opinion poll makers. Listen to people who actually know stuff about this. And see you next year.
Play
Thank
out.
you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.